Morning, everyone. This is Brian Moon from Pearson Technologies and Sarah Learning Assessments. Welcome to day 2 of the Beyond Multiple Choice Conference. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my co-host, Jeff Ross, with a few housekeeping notes, and then we'll get on with the rest of the day. So, Jeff, over to you.
Thank you ever so much, Brian. Just coming on to video now, and let me say, for those joining us today for the first time, I'm Jeff Ross. For those returning, welcome back. I'm one of the conference directors for this Beyond Multiple Choice conference stream. And it's very good to see you back and see everybody coming back in now. I'll be popping up during the course of today to provide what I think they call in radio, the continuity between sessions, and to cover some of the housekeeping and administration as we go through the day. So I hope in the time-honored tradition of Zoom, you can all hear me, and we'll come on to video in a second so you can see me, and I'll be able to bring you up to date with some of the things. Yesterday, we had an absolutely brilliant day with presentations ranging from academic development through to strategic viewpoints, through to some really good practical demonstrations of what the software and the systems and the tools and techniques can do for us. Great speakers, lots of insight, lots of ideas, and we look forward to more of the same today. And so it behoves me to give a big thank you to all of our speakers and contributors yesterday, and to those coming up today and tomorrow, and particularly a big welcome and thank you to our sponsors who have made this possible by their kind support of the conference and the ideas and concepts that we're trying to promote here. Throughout today and the following day, we'll be using the chat facility within Zoom for interactions, for discussions, for asking questions, for putting ideas, for chit chat. You can use that to send us messages. You can use that to send the speakers and fellow delegates messages, and we really appreciate making this as interactive an event as is possible. We also live in the world of social media. We have a hashtag, as does everybody, hashtag BMC 2021. And please, we look forward to any ideas, comments and feedback on social media at all. We do understand a lot of people will be watching this. A great deal of people will be watching this on catch up. We'll realize that they'll be watching this on YouTube and on catch up in the days and weeks to come. They can't obviously contribute therefore on the chat, but we look forward to their inputs on all the social media platforms, and we welcome all their feedback, ideas and comments and questions, and we'll try to answer and deal with each of those. Just a reminder that tomorrow there's a different login Zoom number, which we'll be sending out first thing in the morning. You may well already have a copy of that, but for those being able to join us tomorrow, we very much say to you, look out for the extra tag, the new tag tomorrow, and so we can answer, see you and welcome you tomorrow to the conference as well. Copies of the presentations will be made available, as will film of the proceedings today, videos of all the presentation. So look out for the emails next week, which will give you the links to be able to catch up on those. And finally, we'll be sending out a feedback form. We really need your feedback, your ideas, your comments to help us refine these. We're here to respond to your ideas and so on, and take those on board. And we really do look forward to seeing those feedback forms. So there'll be a link sent out with those. It's just a short form, won't take you 5 minutes, I promise. And we do look forward to reading and seeing that. So on to our first activity of today. It's a panel discussion on advancing assessment in higher education. Our chair for the session is Matthew Russell of the University of Texas in Austin. Matthew works with the faculty to support the use of technology in teaching and learning, as well as help them design online and blended courses. He's presented on numerous conferences, delivered workshops, published research, and been awarded grants for use of instructional technologies and strategies over an impressive few years now. So, without further ado, and seeing that Matthew is there, I'll now hand over to Matthew to introduce your panel, and I'll pop up again at the end just to continue the continuity. Over to you, Matthew.
All right, thanks so much, Jeff. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to kick off day 2 of this wonderful conference for Beyond Multiple Choice. Again, it's wonderful to always hear yourself introduced by somebody like Jeff Ross. So it's my pleasure to be here. It's a great honor to be leading this session on advancing assessment in higher education. So we'll have a session today where we talk about some of the kind of policy issues that are impacting the way that folks at our institutions are addressing questions around assessment. We'll be talking about things related to faculty and course developments. What are some of the challenges that we see in advancing some of these policy questions that we think of as essential for the coming, for the 21st century, really. And then innovation, what are some of the key areas of innovation that we would like to imagine are necessary? And I think what you'll find from our conversation today is that the way that we're approaching all these issues is from a kind of a really rich and wonderfully diverse perspective. So I'm looking forward to seeing what our panelists say and to continuing the conversation. I will ask them questions and they'll kind of take their turn in responding to each question that I ask. Hopefully we'll have a bit of back and forth developing over the course of that conversation. And then at the end, I'm hoping we have a bit of time for questions from folks who are here listening to us talk about these issues. If you'd like, I think you can put those into the chat area and we'll keep looking out for that to answer some of those questions. I'll keep my eye on that as the presenters are talking today. So our 3 panelists today, if you looked at our agenda, it's Jovi DeLosa from Northern Bukidnon State College, Marilee Demeter from Western Governors University, and Dee McKinney from the University of Georgia. So I'll start asking questions to our panelists this morning, and then I'll invite them to kind of introduce themselves as they respond to the first question, to give you a sense of what they do and what their roles are at their institutions, and then we'll begin our conversation today. So panelists, you're all here, so we're ready to go. So our first question that I have for the panel this morning, again, has to do with questions around strategy and policy. So what we can imagine as we begin our panel today is that one of the key areas of concern for all of us, and whether it's those of us who are talking today or listening in, is developing authentic assessment strategies for our students while still paying close attention to the challenges that they face as learners, especially during the current pandemic climate. So if you could please introduce yourself briefly, and then I'll discuss how your institutions or centers are identifying areas for improvement around assessment and how you are addressing it from your own position. So why don't we begin with Jovi?
Good morning. Greetings from the Philippines. I am Jovelyn Delosa, an educator from Northern Bukidnon State College, Bukidnon, Philippines. I've been teaching for many years and also doing some administration tasks. Going to the first question from Matthew, thank you for that. Championing for authentic assessment and assessment that matters. I am here to share and to learn from everyone. Currently, our institution, being in its transition years as a new state college, tried to review the assessment practices of our programs by revisiting the extent of our implementation of outcomes-based assessment as our mandate, aligning our assessment strategies to our program outcomes. And with this, our direction is to develop an assessment framework, which is a product of the study that we will be conducting. a framework which recognizes the value of focusing on the priority competencies of our programs, and a framework that stipulates concrete ways to assess student learning considering the pandemic and even the post-pandemic times, and also preparing for disruptions in education, knowing that this is what's happening right now is just one of the many challenges to come for education. As a young institution, we want to give value to an assessment system which is transformative in nature. And what do I mean by this? The inferences that we will draw from our assessment data, we will be able to use them to improve the teaching and learning culture of our institution. Yes, of course, we adhere to examinations given by the state. We have a program which will undergo a licensure board examination, but we want also to rally on assessing beyond multiple choice tests. One thing I learned from this conference is an affirmation that multiple choice tests have their place and value, and as teachers, we decide when to use them. And as we do small steps in our institution in strengthening our programs, we also do some recalibrations in our assessment practices. So thank you, and that's my input for your question number one. Matthew, thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Jovi. That was a great response. I'm really curious about transformation, when it comes to these questions. Does it come from the internal culture of our institutions, or is it something that we bring into our institutions? So it's interesting. So we'll continue to talk about that. Thank you, Jovi and Marilee. Do you mind taking a crack at that question?
Good morning. Thanks, Nat, and thank you for having me participate in the panel discussion today. My name is Marilee Demeter. I'm a senior assessment developer for Western Governors University and the College of IT. I've been here nearly 4 years. At the institutional level, we identify areas for improvement by looking at our course metrics. And earlier this year, we actually expanded our KPIs from 4 to 10 KPIs. Most notably, we're now looking at differential item functioning in addition to first-time pass rate, reliability, validity, discrimination. As part of our, moving towards our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative to ensure fairness and lack of bias in our tests. We also have the Committee on Assessment for Standards and Practices, consists of several assessment strategists across all 4 colleges here at Western Governors University. We're given policy guidelines, standards to help guide design and development and improve our assessments and ensure that our learning resources support our assessments, particularly since we are a competency-based institution where students are awarded credits for their assessment work and showing their skills and really highlighting what they can do rather than being assessed on seat time or ensuring they attend courses for X amount of weeks. At the personal level, day to day, whenever I launch a new assessment, if it's an objective assessment or performance assessment, I monitor the metrics, mostly pass rates for our performance assessment aspects. If I see an aspect performing lowly, I might question, is something going on here? Do we need to make a tweak? Also for the OAs, if I see differences in pass rates, Form A maybe has a 50% pass rate, whereas Form B might be 75%. We have a balance issue. We may need to rebalance and rebuild our forms. I also look at item analysis regularly to see if any items are performing poorly. Maybe they were not well constructed. They might not be discriminating. So I keep an eye on these things in order to make any sort of live updates to swap out any items that might be problematic for our students to ensure success.
All right, thanks, Marilee. Great response to that question. I'm always curious about competency-based assessment in this context of transformation and how we define transformation in that sense too. So I'm really interested to continue that conversation. So Dee, would you like to take a shot at that question too?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Dee McKinney. I'm an instructional designer at the University of Georgia, and I work in the Office of Online Learning. And before that, I spent 20 years as a faculty member. So I work very closely with faculty, and we often, I think the big concern when I'm first going into a meeting with a faculty member is, well, aren't they going to cheat? And is there concern about academic dishonesty around my assessments? And that's maybe more true because we focus on online learning. Right before the pandemic, excuse me, our institution put forth a huge effort about educating students, educating everybody about academic dishonesty. They did some high quality media, they did some badging and so on. But the question I ask my faculty when I work with them is, rather than worry so much about how can students cheat on the, I've got to make this exam so hard or this assessment so hard that they can't cheat on it. I'm like, let's remove that. Let's move it around. How can we design an assessment that in and of itself implicitly discourages cheating? And once I say that, a lot of times that light bulb goes off. We come up with something really great. For example, a recent course I've worked on has really started using student-created media shorts, something like much more professional, but something short like you might see on TikTok. And that has really taken off. And also too, even the faculty during the pandemic were saying things like, oh my gosh, did you know these proctored exams like with a proctoring company are $25 each? Like, yes, I did. And like, I can't ask my students to take 3 of those per class. And I'm like, you're right. We do have to think about the student as the user, and that's a really prohibitive thing. So let's work on something that's a bit different, that you don't have to worry so much about the student having to pay out that huge amount for test proctoring. And the interesting thing is, now that at least the University of Georgia is more or less back to normal, the faculty are like, well, I don't have to go back to that old way of doing it, do I? I'm like, you certainly don't. And so that's an odd approach, but it's sort of been a win, I think, in a way. And so that's how I think. I just try to get them to think outside of the box as far as assessment.
All right, thanks, Dee. Yeah, I certainly, in my role, have to find myself translating some of the kind of the institutional goals and values around assessment into real on-the-ground conversations with faculty all the time. You know, I teach myself too, so I can try to help, you know, function in that way. So there's a few questions rolling in. You know, for our panelists, I invite you to take a look at those when you're not answering live some of our questions to see if there's anything coming up for you, both in the Q&A section and in the chat area. So my second question for the panelists this morning, I think these are great, you know, again, diverse ways of thinking about assessment depending on our institution and our role there. One of the ways that we think, thinking about what Dee and I were just kind of talking about a little bit, how do we then take some of these values that we talk about transforming the landscape of assessment in higher education and put them into the frameworks that our faculty have to use to teach their classes? So my second question is, what challenges are you discovering from the instructional kind of faculty development or course design perspective when we think about some of these directions that we want to explore? And I'll turn that back over to you, Jovi, to answer first off.
Thank you. With the current situation, because of the pandemic, we experience challenges to do assessment for remote learning and how to ensure the veracity of the assessment results. So I so much agree with Mary Lee on the paradigm of, instead of worrying about how to check whether our students really give their authentic responses or are truthful with their products, we are challenged to make assessments that would really challenge them to be true and to give what is best expected of them, especially in terms of competencies. Many of our students are in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas in my context, in our context, in terms of internet access and even resources. We face the challenge to shift to online learning. However, with the commitment of our teachers and administrators and the cooperation of our students, though it was really quite difficult at the beginning, and with the support from stakeholders, we are managing and doing our best up to this moment. So challenges also included establishing teacher presence beyond the screen and promoting student engagement, motivating them while they're also facing several problems at home and coping with the current situation and challenges. During the face-to-face classes, we have existing challenges already with regards to our course design, as we need to adhere to the focus of outcomes-based teaching and learning. And with the pandemic, these challenges doubled because of the sudden shift to online learning. However, these challenges brought us some opportunities to re-examine and to submit ourselves to various capacity building opportunities and to relearn and capacitate ourselves with technology skills and review our course design to become flexible yet not compromising the learning outcomes. There is really still so much to learn and unlearn for us. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Jovi. That's a really wonderful response. I think very comprehensive in the sense that we continue, especially now, it feels like benefits are emerging in the pandemic environment, but also some of the challenges that still remain with us and have even deepened in some ways when we think about the digital divide as related to our faculty and our students too. So it's something I hope we all continue to talk about today, especially in this kind of international context. Marilee, how about you?
To piggyback off of other challenges and even going back to question one, originality and scalability are and authenticity, plagiarism, some of the biggest challenges, especially when we have 140,000 students. One of our big challenges is actually assessing at scale. We're starting to find now that with our performance assessments, we have evaluators who manually evaluate performance assessments. In the College of IT, this is often artifacts. They're evaluating a student app that's been submitted, but we do have writing components. And for certain assessments, sometimes it is very easy for students to cheat. We have found performance assessment pieces, snippets of code that are being shared on GitHub. So whenever we do approach a development, our big question is, how can we make this authentic but allow for originality? And we try to leave it as open-ended as possible. But with so many students and so few evaluators, we need to find solutions. And to go back to what Dee said before about objective assessments have their place, they absolutely do. And we are moving towards, we're piloting with auto item generation right now to help address some of the OA concerns when we have limited items for our test banks. But then on the performance assessment side, again, with this issue of scalability, we're trying to move more to hybrids, auto-graded exams, where we use code to actually evaluate student code. We design our assessments in hopes that if students develop a website or an app, we don't give specifics. We say, this is the content that needs to be included, but you can decide on the design. This way, it really invites students to be creative, and really just put out a product that's their own, that they can even use in future portfolios when looking for employment. And just one other challenge I see is with us moving to new technologies and platforms, especially OEX, there's been a learning curve in learning the new technology, but that's part for the course. I find that every time we have that sort of a switch, there's kind of a let's play catch up and really get on board with this technology. But once it settles in and we see the benefits, we really get on board and realize that this change is allowing for modularity and stackability moving forward.
All right, thanks so much. That's really, I have a lot of questions to respond to that. Let's see if we have time to do it. This is a really rich session. So Dee, how would you like to answer that question around faculty and course development?
Wow, that was awkward, but you knew it happened to somebody. It just happened to happen to me. Okay, so I generally work with faculty who are at either one end of the spectrum or the other. There's the instructor who gives 2 assessments the whole semester, and that's the student's grade. So I'm like, you please let's think of something else. And then there's often, but not always, and I was guilty of this too, there's often the new faculty member who has, say, 12 learning outcomes and gives 40 assessments or something like that. I'm like, okay, whoa, we got to back off there a little bit. So we try to sort of help people, find a happy medium. We try to suggest, for example, automating your formative or low stakes assessment, making that a little easier, because the number one terror of faculty, when you mention the A word, that would be assessment, is how am I going to have time to do all this grading? And we're like, we can help you develop this pattern where some of the stuff is graded for you. We can suggest really good strategies and rubrics that we've already created for peer assessment to help take some of that load off. That's especially effective, I think, in our graduate courses. And then we can also, look at what really matters to you. Which of these learning outcomes do you really think we could sort of think outside the box with? And the other thing I like to bring up, and I think everybody here has already said this as well, is when we're developing courses or we're transforming face-to-face to online, or we're revising courses, we really try to use evidence and data. I think that's just an important piece. I think Marilee and Jovelyn have already mentioned that. We don't just say, well, I'm an instructional designer, I know what I'm doing. Well, I do, but I find it's a lot more effective. I can say, here's an interesting abstract. I want you to take a look at this. If you want to read the article, I'll get it for you. And this is what they found when they did this new or different approach to assessment. And oftentimes that's really what's important to a faculty member. They want to know that it's not going to soak up all their time. It's relatively easy to implement, and it's going to be effective, and there's evidence to show that it's been effective for other learners. So I think what we try to do is balance things based on the level of the course, the needs of the students, of course, the learning outcomes. But for me as a designer, it often goes back to that student experience.
All right, thanks, Dee. That's a great response too. I mean, that's really hitting where I come from in a lot of ways too, that the language around which we talk about assessment has to be something that's owned by the faculty member and easily intuited by the student. So having that role as somebody who's a translator, at the institution from policy ideals and assessment research and data value and the data hub with data warehouse into how students are actually seeing the value of that infrastructure behind them. All very important stuff. All right, so my last question today, we got about 10 minutes left here for our session. I feel like we could just talk about this all day. The question I have for the panelists, my last one, is we think about innovation, which this conference is exploring in lots of different ways, which is so wonderful to see. Like, what is the most important technological opportunity that you are seeing develop at your institution, in the context of your institutional roles as well? And how can we make sure that our students are able to take advantage of those innovative opportunities? So I'll kick that back over to Jovi to start us off.
Thank you. So with that question about innovation, in the context of assessment, our institution wants to ensure that more resources be really given for teachers in terms of developing their assessment literacy, and also develop assessment toolbox to guide the teachers, especially that we are doing the remote learning. So there's a challenge of communicating, monitoring with our teachers on their assessment practices, at the same time looking at the institutional requirements. An opportunity also to establish network with various stakeholders who will receive our graduates, so they can give inputs of what really matters, what competencies are needed. We don't want that once our students graduate, their skills are not anymore the skills needed by the industry. Changes are so fast. So we must also prepare our graduates for these fast-paced changes. We are also maximizing the use of authentic assessment. We're doing our best to really talk with the teacher, mentor with the teachers, and have more capacity building opportunities in terms of authentic assessment, so that we have authentic strategies to truly assess the competencies, not just assess, but in the process of assessing these competencies, we develop such skills and knowledge and values with our students that they need to demonstrate. So with our institution, we also want to study about micro credentialing. I've heard so much about this, and how can we also integrate this in our context with the many challenges on our table, and how we move forward at the same time, be responsive to the mandate given to us by our Commission on Higher Education in the country. And we also explore systems thinking and integrate design thinking in our modules, so students can make solutions, understand problems as they also continue to learn the skills they need to become useful citizens in the community. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Jovi. Yeah, we got about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to turn it over to Marilee too to answer this question. Again, any questions or ideas you'd like to share in the chat, please do keep them coming. We still have time to do a little bit of discussion. So, Marilee.
So for us at WGU, it's about micro-credentialing. I think that's the big innovative piece here. I learned that recently our College of Health Professions launched their micro-credential in value-based care. In the College of IT, we've been working on a micro-credential for full stack engineering. And with our recent switch to OEX and looking into new technologies and platforms, we're able now to design programs, or we call them non-programs, but stackable credentials that make on-ramping into college sort of easy. You know, a high school diploma, come and take front end. If you need, I really love the flexibility. If a student needs to take a break, our average student is 37 years old. They might need to take a break in between credentials. Maybe they earn front end, take a couple months off, then earn back end, and a couple months later, you know, move on to web application or development, or they could take the whole series at once. So it is very innovative. It's very new for us. It should be launching in 2022. We're still working on it. But I think by offering this type of opportunity for our students, it really draws them in, and it's not such a scary commitment. And it's based on skills and actual what employers are looking for and what they need our students to learn to do and demonstrate.
Okay, Marilee, thank you so much. And Dee, last response to our question, and then we'll see what we have for some live discussion.
I'll keep this very brief because it's really outside my wheelhouse, but the things I've seen that I believe are the important technological opportunities are AR and VR, particularly in STEM and in lab settings. And of course, as we all can probably guess, the barrier is cost. But I think, as we've seen many other things, phones and so on, the prices dropped. I'm hoping that for VR equipment, it will also drop. So I'll end there because, again, that's not something I do, but that's what I see as a great possibility.
All right, thanks, Dee. Yeah, I think that kind of authentic assessment in authentic digitally enhanced environments is certainly something we want to continue to explore. It's a long horizon to reach that for many of our institutions based on infrastructure, but I think that there is still something, those are the things that we have to retain as repositories of institutional memory in our centers. So we have about 2 minutes left here before we're going to turn it over to our lightning demo. So if there are other questions, or if the panelists have questions for each other, now's a good time to do that. Please do think about questions in Q&A or chat. I'm really interested in this question about micro-credentialing and keeping assessment within an environment that is as flexible as it possibly can be, while still giving students a chance to stay close to the content that we're asking them to interact with, to assess. And I'm wondering if, Jovi, just while we're looking for questions to come in here, how do you see micro-credentials or credentialing functioning in an environment where there's real digital kind of divide issues at play?
Yeah, I'm very interested to also learn on this. I've heard this from my co-panelists, Marilee and Dee, and a lot to learn about this, how to integrate this in our system, because we have also a different context. Like we have our board exams and in some of our programs, and it's given by our state. So how will our institution on the institutional level give credit in terms of like certifying according to the competencies that the students are able to demonstrate? So much to learn still about this innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jovi. Yeah, there's a question here from Brian. I think it's it's an interesting one. Panelists, just a quick maybe anecdote if you have one. I think we have about a minute or so. Do you have any stories about attempts at innovation at your institutions that failed? You know, things where there were lessons learned from attempts to push maybe a little bit beyond what your institutions were kind of prepared to take on. Maybe one response, I think, and then we'll hand it back over to Jeff. Any stories of attempts that didn't work out according to plan, and what lessons learned there would be from that?
I put my story in the chat, but I think if you look at that, the answer is you absolutely have to have faculty buy-in, because that's where it flunked.
Yeah, I mean, I think depending on our institution, certainly at UT Austin, where I am, big public land-grant institution, Research One, just like UGA. In Georgia, without faculty council, without the kind of buy-in from faculty, then any beachheads that we advance on for assessment are going to have a little impact in terms of the general student population. So I think I'm looking at the time. Jeff, it's 10:36. So I think at this point, we're going to turn it back over. I want to thank our panelists today. Lots of great discussion. I think that the questions that we've raised this morning, as much as the answers that we provided, give us a really good template for things to talk about in the remaining sessions today. So I want to thank Jovi, Marilee, and Dee for being here today and giving us that wonderful start off to day 2 of this session. So with that, I want to hand it back over to Jeff and Brian to continue our agenda this morning.
Okay. Thank you ever so much, Matthew. Thank you all of our panelists for a fascinating discussion. And just as we bring our next speaker into the frame, and just like to say that as somebody who works extensively in competency-based work-focused assessment, as well as quite a lot in high school, a lot of the subjects we've just heard would be echoed, I suspect, if we had a good panelist made up from those areas as well. It's interesting that we share these common issues, these common problems, these common opportunities. So thank you, everybody, for that really interesting 35 minutes, and I only wish we had time to extend it. But we have to move on to our next session, and hopefully I have Graham Smart ready to come online. He's going to give us the lightning demonstration from Blutick. He'll describe it all. I've known Graham for a long time now. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. And he's going to do the next 20 minutes looking at the Blutick as a product and as a way of teaching mathematics. So without further ado, Graham, if you're ready, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And thanks for the introduction, reminding me of how much older I am since I first met you. You know, obviously we have known each other a long time now. Just a bit of background on myself. I'm a maths teacher originally, most of my teaching career in Southeast London in England. And I've been involved in the assessment side of mathematics for a long time. And I came into contact with Blutick a couple of years ago when I was asked to do an audit for one of the large publishers. And basically my biggest frustration has been, as a teacher, what I really want to know from a learning perspective is, if the student's gone wrong, where have they gone wrong? And perhaps more importantly, why have they gone wrong? And multiple choice and fill gap question types just haven't been able to do it for me and do it for my students. And then I came across Blutick whilst doing this audit, and I got really excited. And what I'm going to show you today, hopefully you'll get as excited as I did when I first saw it. What I want to do to begin with is I'll just share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that okay. And the current landscape in maths assessment in England is that most of maths assessment tools are still reliant on fill gap and multiple choice question types. And what I'd like you to think about just for a couple of seconds, you might want to type it in the chat, is, do you think the mathematical diet of our primary and secondary pupils changed at all over the pandemic? And I worked a lot with young people during the pandemic, online, delivering lessons and delivering assessments. I was also working with the leading exam board in England at the same time. from an assessment perspective. And what was interesting is I saw a change in what the pupils were doing on a daily basis. And I just wondered if anyone else had noticed the same thing. I'll just give you a few seconds to think about that. Because one of the things I noticed is that they were doing more of the practice question types, what I would call the fluency type mathematics, but they weren't doing as much of the problem solving type activities. And it's actually in our assessment criteria, it's the problem solving activities that really determine whether they're going to get the grade that they want. And online, this brings me on to the idea of being able to deliver a fully marked high stakes online assessment. Okay, and there's three main barriers that I've identified in terms of practicality, from a student perspective and from a school perspective. One is the intuitive maths entry side of it, which is being able to enter powers, roots, other symbols using a keyboard or a stylus. Okay, templates for specific exam questions. We'll all be familiar with those exam type questions where you might need to do a factor tree or you might need to do some long multiplication. Having easy to use templates for specific exam questions, such as tree diagrams, Venn diagrams as well. And then there's the internet issue. Now, obviously, on the previous panel, I was hearing about some people geographically, they're not in easy locations. Internet will always be an issue, I think, for the coming years. And Blutick can work offline and on any device. Okay, so the exams can be downloaded in advance and no internet access is required during the exam. So student progress will synchronize when the device comes back online. And what I'd like to do in a minute is actually show you some real examples in real time of how the Blutick system actually assesses things. Okay, and here we've got an example of some screenshots of the intuitive maths entry for any device. And I'm actually going to go into real time and I'm actually going to do a couple of these now. Okay, so here we've got the first one where we've got solve x plus x plus x. I've given myself an easy one to start with. But what a student probably would do here is write something like 3x equals 27. So they probably collect like terms on the left-hand side. And then what a student might do, okay, is they might divide both sides by 3. Now, if they do it using a fraction, that's quite a hard thing to enter sometimes. Okay, if I do one thing to one side, I've got to do the same to the other. And you can see how easy that was to do that there, okay. So what we've got now is a situation, we've got x equals 9, okay, and you can see here on the right-hand side that the mark scheme has now ticked, okay, and you can see that that's gone into real time, okay.
Graham, I think we're still seeing the slides rather than the demonstration.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. I thought I'd changed my screen. Let me just change that over. Apologies for that, folks. Let me just technical glitch and go back and. Can you see it now, Jeff? Just let me know.
Yeah, I can. Hopefully, other people can as well.
Apologies for that, folks. That's my fault. Okay. So what I was going to show here is show the intuitive maths entry in real time. I'll start again. So I've got a nice easy, I'll give myself a nice easy one. I've done it once already. So if I don't get it right this time, I'm really in trouble. So I've got solve x plus x equals 27. And what a lot of students would do is they collect like terms on the left-hand side, 27. And then what some students might do is divide both sides through by 3. And I might do that as a fraction now. And what's interesting about Blutick is that it records every line of the students working out. So if I go back to the earlier point that I made about wanting to know if they go wrong, where they go wrong, why they go wrong, in order for me to do that, I have to see every single piece of input that the student makes. And normally we only get the final answer with most packages. So this was what got me excited. And here I could put in my final answer. If you look on the right-hand side here as well, this is the mark scheme. And this is the mark scheme in exactly the same way as the exam board would apply it. We've created that electronically, and you can see there that the mark's now been ticked. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, I could have done that intuitively using a stylus as well. So I could have done here. I'll do it from here downwards. I won't waste too much time, but I could have said, okay, X. Just click on that, so make sure it goes in X. And you'll see that that's gone in there, and then I could go in here, click on the pen tool, and I could type my answer in using a stylus as well. So we can actually use that input as well to make it work. Okay, so we can do it with a stylus, or we can use this very simple toolbar. I've seen some maths assessment packages where you've got a huge amount of tools to use, and actually it's hard to see where the one that you need is. Here we've kept it relatively simple, and that's made a huge difference. If I just quickly show you another one, just a slightly more complicated one. Okay, here's a fractions one. Okay, 7/9 times 3/5. I know when I was developing online materials, fractions were not easy to deal with. So at this point here, the student might put in, okay, 7 times 3 divided by 9 multiplied by 5. Obviously, I'm not giving you a maths lesson, but you get the idea. Okay, and then I could put a new line. I could say, okay, this one here, in my answer, I might have 7 times 3, which is 21. 9 times 5 is 45. Okay, and you can see that here on the mark scheme, it's now ticked. So that mark has been awarded in line with the mark scheme for the exam board. Okay, let me make sure that I don't make any mistakes this time with what I was doing before. Okay, and I'm going to go back to sharing my PowerPoint now. But just to show you that it works in real time rather than just going from the slides. And I'll go back to the actual product in a minute. So you've got intuitive maths entry, and that can be done either using the toolbar on a keyboard or using a stylus device, and that really works. Then you've got the flexible entry of diagram layouts for specific questions. And here I've just done a screenshot example of prime factor form using a factor tree. So the student in the exam can select the template that they need in order to actually use for specific questions. That's really been a massive change because normally what people that have tried to replicate exams online, they've had to do is they've had to use the existing images rather than making sure the student actually selects the correct image to use. So actually from a learning perspective, that brings another element to the to what we're trying to assess their understanding. Would they select the right way to go about the question? If you give them the diagram's already set out, you're giving them a clue. So then straight away, this question is slightly easier. And then here we get to the big one. And I don't know if it's the same in different countries, but in England, we have different marks awarded for different parts of the process. We have processing marks, we have accuracy marks, we have communication marks, and you have to the examples have to have a certain percentage of each amount. So, you know, to assess different parts of understanding. So the processing marks are always associated with problem solving questions. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, this is the biggest area that students find difficult. Sometimes it's not even the actual mathematics that they find difficult, it's the wording of the question and how to find a way in to access the question, if you like. And there's very few online packages where they can actually practice these types of skills. So what we've done is we've actually created a problem-solving pack where this is possible that assesses those questions in exactly the same way as a chief examiner would. And we've done it with 98.5% accuracy. This was done with the 2 leading awarding bodies in England, and we've done it for thousands and thousands of scripts now. So we know that it's accurate. In fact, we're more accurate than humans with the system we use. And in a minute, I'll show one of those in real time. Okay. Just to give you an example of how the system allocates the marks, you can see on the right-hand side here, this is the actual mark scheme. So where you've got a question, okay, where the process has been followed correctly, the processing mark would be awarded as it has been here. And likewise, all the way down, this student has got the 4 processing marks, but their final communication mark, the C standing for the communication mark, wasn't given because the conclusion at the end wasn't supported. So for the first time, rather than just relying on actual final answer at GCSE, we can now actually assess all of the students working out. And I'd like to show you a few examples of this in real time now. Okay, so here on the right-hand side, what you'll see is we've got a method mark, M1, and an accuracy mark, A1. So this is a 2-mark question, quite an easy one. But nevertheless, there is some working out required. It's a simple substitution question, but I'm just going to show how the system would handle it. So 7, again, you can see the ease of input, 7 times, what's x equal to? 7 times 4 plus 4 times -3. Okay. So I might want to put another line in there and actually just finish off my working out before I put my final answer. 7 times 4 is 28. I always feel under such pressure when I'm presenting to actually make sure I get the answers right. Normally I wouldn't be bothered. P equals 16. And you can see at this point here, now they've both been ticked. Even though my final answer isn't actually in the answer box, it will still be awarded. The mark will still be awarded if the AI detects that the correct answer is anywhere in the working out. So, and that's in line again with what the exam board would say. They'd say award if correct answer seen or whatever. But you can see here, this is marking accurately in real time the script as the student does it. So what does that mean at the end of the test? It means instant feedback. No having to bag the exams up, no having to send them off to be marked, no having to, it's all done. Every single piece of input that the student does is recorded in the system and can be scrutinised by the chief examiner or the teacher, depending on who's going to do it. Let's have a look at a more complicated question. I think this is a really good one to show, because this is a real problem-solving question and the sort of questions that a lot of students struggle with in England. Okay, you might want to have a quick look at this one because it's not actually an easy question. Okay, so you can see it's a 4-mark question. Here we've got 3 processing marks and 1 accuracy mark. And I don't think I know of another platform in the maths arena that could assess this type of question with this level of accuracy on the market at the moment. So, and I'll go through this one in a second. I'll let you have a little look at it. Okay, 4 identical squares. Let's have a quick look at what we're working out. So what might you have done first? You might have started with the x coordinates. You might have said, okay, what have we got for the x coordinates? 49 and 5. 49 take away 5. Does that get me a processing mark? Yes, it does. Okay, I've got a processing mark, so I know I'm on the right track. Gives me 44. I've got 4 squares, so I might probably next line I might do 44 divided by 4, which equals 11. I've got another processing mark. You can see that's ticked, so I know that I'm on the right tracks again. Okay, and now I need to work out the where C is. So 2 lengths of 11. So what would I do next? How would I type that in? 5 plus 2 times 11. I only need 1 set of brackets. 22. 22 add 5 is 27. So that would be my x coordinate. So I'm going to enter that in. And you can see at this point, I've got 3 of the processing marks. So you've demonstrated the understanding to the examiner in line with the mark scheme that you know how to calculate one of the coordinates, and that actually gets you 3 of the marks. The second mark is just for doing a second coordinate, which would be, what would it be? 45 subtract 22. What would that be? 23. Type that in. Hopefully I've got that right. Yeah, I have got it right. There's my accuracy mark that's been ticked as well. So you can see the system is marking it in real time. Okay, and as we said, we did a lot of scripts for the 2 main awarding bodies in England, and we were more accurate than humans. We did have certain questions where they caused more problems. So we had 1 or 2 questions that caused all of the problems, if you like. We could get basically 95% of the questions, we could get them to do it really straightforward and accurate every time. And then there was like 5% of the questions which gave us more issues. We had to keep refining those questions to get them more and more accurate. But we think we reduced the workload by about 90% on that. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that one now, and I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint. And as I said here, you've got the issue here where we've got the mark scheme. But what's good about that, having all of those lines recorded, is that if the chief examiner disagrees with us, or disagrees with the system, they can overrule the system. So you still have that quality control aspect of the package, which is really, really useful. And the intuitive examiner tools, they can tweak the auto marking where needed. So we learned from the chief examiners where we needed to improve the mark scheme from our side. And we did that through marking overviews and flagging and communication tools that were built into the system. So if you've got a high stakes assessment or medium stakes assessment that you need to deliver, and you're going to go through that trial phase, or we can actually make sure that we tweak it and get it even more and more accurate every time we iterate through the process using this. And this actually on its own is a really good bit of technology, how easy it is to use from a communication between examiner and the person actually setting the assessment. But Blutick isn't just about assessing, although that's the main thrust of today's presentation. It's also a teaching and learning tool as well. And we have literally covered the whole of the the whole of the English GCSE specification. We have videos. We have over 1,000 schools using the package, using our software at the moment. And it's that unique line by line intelligent feedback. So where you see there on the assessment side that we was using it to basically mark an exam, what we do is each line can be analysed and the student can be given feedback from a learning perspective on a line by line basis. So if they make an arithmetic error, it could be check that you've multiplied these two numbers correctly. If it's a conceptual error, it might be something like, have you expanded these brackets correctly? So that intelligent aspect of the system can be used in both a teaching and learning setting and in an assessment setting. And we think that actually the two are not mutually exclusive when we're trying to use them together. So for instance, during the pandemic, we did have a secure online mock that students could sit that would then automatically identify the areas of weakness, and then a personalised learning course would be set up completely automatically for them to then work through to improve those weak areas that the assessment had detected. Okay, so I mean, if you look at the benefits of Blutick, you can take a GCSE maths exam online. It's now possible to do that. Blutick could deliver that. So you could have a high stakes examination completely done online if the infrastructure's there in the schools to do it, which is massive cost saving for any of the exam boards or any of the bodies awarding those exams. We've got a marking accuracy of 98.5% and about a 90% reduction in examiner workload. So again, that's potentially a huge cost savings for those organisations setting the exams. Adaptable and easily scalable system with easy quality management. You just saw how easy it is for the chief examiner to go in and overrule if they don't agree with how the system's allocated the marks. And school customers, from a school aspect, you can set your own low and medium stakes exams with immediate feedback, no teacher marking. You know, and I remember too, obviously when I was a full-on teaching 5-6 hours a day, and then you have to go home and you have to do 3 or 4 hours marking every night. It's really, really tough. Having something that could mark it with that level of accuracy, not just the final answer, but mark the working out as well. I wish that existed 20 years ago when I started in the classroom. And then we've got a proven easy to use teaching and learning app, which has got unique real-time correction capability. So it helps the student in real time. So in other words, the AI part of the system actually helps the student to try and overcome their misconceptions and their weaknesses in real time. And the reason we think we're unique is for some of the things I've already spoke about, but it's the accuracy of the auto marking. To get 98.5% accuracy in collaboration with the 2 leading awarding bodies, we don't think anyone else has been able to do that in the maths arena. Okay, the flexible input system, whether you can use a stylus or use our little toolbar, we think that that's another area that allows you to complete GCSE maths exams. And then intelligent feedback within the teaching and learning app. The system is uniquely able to give intelligent feedback. That's just such a key thing from a learning perspective, particularly post-pandemic. And from a scalable human side of it and the marking side of it, the fact that you can review it online just after the students have sat the exam, and you tweak the mark scheme. So you could tweak the mark scheme high up and then apply it again to all of the scripts. And that would happen in a matter of minutes. It wouldn't have to be done over weeks. And you can imagine where there's one question, for instance, that's caused a lot of problem. We had one in the UK a few years ago called Hannah's Sweets, and it caused uproar. I don't know if you remember that one, Jeff, but you know, that was a massive question. It was all over Twitter for weeks, and students saying, I've missed my university place because of this question, and et cetera, that could have been completely nipped in the bud, because they could have just reapplied the mark scheme higher up and dealt with that issue. Anyway, that's basically everything. I hope that I've got everything in, and any questions I'm happy to answer. But I realise it's now 3 o'clock, so my time's up already. Goodness me.
Gosh, thank you ever so much, Graham. Many thanks for that. And yes, there are some questions on the chat box. Keep them coming for Graham. I'm sure he'll be delighted to answer those, both on the chat box and through our LinkedIn site and through social media, and maybe making direct contact. He'd be happy to supply those. And if I may just give a very small plug for a podcast that we recorded recently, a panel discussion on the impacts in education, learning and assessment of coming through the pandemic and lessons learned. Graham was one of those participants. And you can see that podcast, you can listen to that podcast through our website. That should be up next week as well. And we'll send out a note to everybody announcing the recording of that is available now. Without much further ado, we now move on to our next session today on usability and accessibility. Many thanks to Civica, who one of the leading organisations in learning and teaching and assessment, who have sponsored this session, and to Dennis Saunders, for 30 years, founder and MD of Calibrand, one of the leading products in the e-assessment arena. And Dennis is going to be our chair for this session. I shall pass you over to him. He can introduce our 3 speakers today, and I will be back at the end of that to introduce the next session. So without further ado, yet again, over to you, Dennis.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the handover. Good to see everyone. And yes, I'm introducing this very interesting session. We're looking at usability and accessibility today, and we've got 3 speakers, followed by a question and answer session. We've got Phil Burgess from Civica sponsoring the session today, Steve Ferrara from Cognia, and Kristin Stoeffler from ACT. As Jeff was saying, I'm Dennis Saunders. I've appeared here before mostly as a speaker. I think I've spoken at each of the previous Beyond Multiple Choice sessions. I'm missing Washington, I have to say. I can't wait for us to get back there. And I noticed Booking.com has sent me a thing today saying that we're going to be able to travel to the States very shortly. So I'm looking forward to a trip at some point in time. We need to press on. So our first speaker today is Phil Burgess, Director of Civica Assessments. And after 30 years of running my own company, Phil is my boss for his sins. What can I say? Well, I'm going to say he's a great guy. He's a Liverpool supporter and cricket lover. And he's got a very personal take on some of the accessibility issues on remote proctoring. So Phil's going to speak on navigating usability and accessibility challenges within remote proctoring. Over to you, Phil.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody, depending on where you are joining us from. As Dennis very kindly said, my name is Phil Burgess, and I'm the Director of Assessment Services for Civica. Can you see my screen, Dennis?
Yes, Phil, we can see it, and we can see you. Everything's good. Good.
Okay. So hopefully the slide should have moved on. There's a lovely picture of me again, unfortunately for you lot. As Dennis said, I've known Dennis for a few years, and I was really happy when Dennis agreed to join the Civica family, and we've been working on quite a lot of areas within the e-assessment sector where we feel that we can progress and grow, especially driven by the pandemic. Civica have been working in the education market for over 25 years, providing various software solutions to a wide range of customers in the assessment. And specifically, we've been in the assessment sector for the last 7 years. We've worked with the British Council and the Standards Testing Agency on their e-marking needs. And for the past few years, we've been looking to expand our software capabilities in the e-assessment market. And as I said, we began talking to Dennis about Catalaband joining the Civica group. Thankfully, our collective ambitions matched and he agreed to join us. We've set ourselves a very ambitious goal to become a leading supplier of digital assessments and marking platforms. And as the second largest UK headquartered software company with over 2,000 software developers, we think we can achieve this. We're starting from a good base, and the product that we've inherited, which we've now calling Civica Assess, is used currently by awarding organisations, further and higher education institutions, and other certifying bodies in the UK and Europe. It's self-evident that the global pandemic has accelerated the digitisation of companies across the globe. The massive rise of the communications platforms like MS Teams and Zoom has brought about the realisation that we no longer need to waste an hour on the commute to work, sit in an expensive office, buy lunch at an overly priced sandwich shop, and pollute the environment with a 20-mile round trip. And for some of us, that's a very generous estimate, and obviously very topical at the moment, given the commitments made by the majority of world leaders in Glasgow, Scotland this week. It's safe to say we won't be looking back to what 2019 looked like. We just can't. Yes, we all crave real social interactions, but as restrictions are eased, maybe we'll find that the new norm is having those interactions in other places. It's been estimated that we have leapt forward digitally to between 3 and 4 years over the last 18 months. Using the analogy of a typical day post-pandemic, the benefits to the assessment world and indeed education are exactly the same. We've built in resilience. We now have a fallback in our systems. We are not solely dependent on the test centre examinations or even classroom teaching, be it paper or online. We can now take assessments anywhere with the proper security features in place, of course. We no longer need to be sat in a test centre or learning institution. As I said, our organisations have resilience and continuity. The real estate of an exam centres are expensive to run. The candidate's journey from home to the exam centre takes time, costs money, and of course generates carbon. Our own commute to our offices to run the organisation to support this industry should also not be ignored. We have also now all been delivering scalable solutions to the challenge of capacity in our systems. I know that as an organisation, Civica had to exponentially ramp up the amount of VPN access we had to support our 5,000 global employees. And we did that. And a lot of organisations have had to go down that same journey. And lastly, and again, very topical this week, it's more environmentally friendly. There has never been a more crucial time for everything we do to be environmentally challenged, to cut out the waste in our everyday and to reduce our carbon footprint. Indeed, as I said, what does that commute save alone? The benefits are not limited to just this, however. There are massive challenges and objections that must be overcome if we are to advance digitally. I'm here today to talk specifically about the remote proctoring of examinations and what I believe as Civica as a supplier need to be mindful of when we are delivering our service. However, the medicine that is remote proctoring, purported to cure all our post-pandemic ailments, like any wonder drug, brings with it some side effects that we must all be cognizant of. While to a large proportion of the candidature, taking a test at home would be a significant benefit, and lead to reducing exam stress. Socio-ecological and medical factors could deliver the opposite outcome. Poor equipment and no suitable place to undertake the assessment or learning was a challenge faced by many over the last 18 months in socially disadvantaged groups or regions. We've been monitoring social network chatter recently to get a sense of how the candidates feel about online proctored exams, and a few of these are noted on this slide. The onboarding experience isn't great, so we know that this will be the new. So we know this will be new to a lot of candidates. So the importance of making them feel at ease enough so that they are ready to proceed to the assessment is a really important step in the process. We are conscious that we need to make this user-friendly, a seamless transition, and be supportive. If we are not getting that right, then we are contributing to the failure of an assessment in more than one sense. The technology doesn't work very well. This can be problems with cameras, the online platform, multiple internet connections, and power outages. This is going to happen from time to time. We cannot get away from these problems, which are sometimes out of anyone's control. The experience of a stranger monitoring is weird and distracting. More than ever, our private spaces is being compromised by people who we do not or barely know. And I've deliberately chosen not to put a background on today because you're in my office that I share with my 19-year-old son as his lounge, and it's littered with pictures of his and books. And that's you coming into my life. I don't know very many of you on here, but that's what the candidates have to deal with. These places we treasure as our sanctuary are now being opened up by the pressure of the digital world to the public. I've always thought that appearing on an episode of Big Brother would be tremendously odd. How am I meant to take assessments in this environment? Proctoring feels less supportive and more policing. Without an invigilator or a proctor being physically in a room with a candidate, the balance of their task is weighed towards the prevention of malpractice rather than the supportive element of the function. Therefore, that is how it will be felt by the candidature. How that manifests from a candidate experience is the increased distraction of thinking about where your head is, where your eyes are at, how your body movement is being perceived. As we've said, invasion of personal space. This is related to the third bullet. However, there's more than this. It's the ability to separate your home from a place of work. We are learning more and more that this is not for everyone. Assistance during the exam isn't easily accessible. Depending on the setup of your proctor, then there may be someone on hand or not. Candidates with mental health and medical conditions find the experience difficult. We know that exam anxieties affect results in different ways, unfairly to some extent. All the points we've talked about can exacerbate anxiety to levels. That means an otherwise capable candidate doesn't achieve the outcome that they deserve. This is a very personal subject for me. My son James has mild autism and ADHD, and he copes very well in data life, and he even works for Civica in our on-demand processing team. However, if he has any IT issues, his stress levels immediately increase and do not return to normal for an extended period, which does have a detrimental effect on his ability to work, and paradoxically would have an effect on his ability to perform in an exam. On top of this, he does not feel comfortable when he has the feeling of being watched. When he took his school leavers exams a few years ago, he had to be sat at the back row of the exam hall because he couldn't take an exam with the feeling of someone watching the back of his head. I can just imagine what his thoughts will be of if he had to take a proctored exam and knowing that someone is watching him all the time. And even worse, that it's been recorded and can be played back by other people. His anxiety would be through the roof and his performance would be in the floor. Despite all of this, we have to go back to the benefits of the digital world and strike a balance. As a supplier, we need to recognize this and ensure that we have the flexibility within our systems to cater for these emerging accessibility challenges. So what are we going to do about it? As a supplier, we've been looking into how we can accommodate candidate preferences. This means that we have to work collaboratively to ensure that the cost of doing this does not become a barrier to facilitating the candidate's choice. We are not being naive to the fact that this might not always be possible, but it's about trying to create fairness for the largest amount of people that we can. How can we improve the overall experience? Well, we can look at how we onboard candidates and what functionality we can use to create a friendly and supportive environment. How we train our proctors is key to this. And what are the things that they need to be aware of? Setting a high standard of service in this space is absolutely key to the continued success of this venture. Accessibility issues will always exist. Therefore, we need to work collaboratively to ensure that there are no barriers to candidates sitting their assessments. Our technology must provide flexibility to ensure that awarding organizations can improve on the validity, reliability, and fairness of their assessments. We need to work on the functionality and be innovators. We regularly work with our customers to improve the functionality within our system, to allow them to be flexible and to allow them the flexibility of assessment types and proctoring. And what level of overall support can we provide? We have already set up a service desk, which is 24/7, and it ensures that not only can we help the candidates, but we can keep all of our stakeholders happy. I've purposely not revealed too much about what plans we have in place and the software that we're developing. That's not what I'm here to do today, to talk about. But we have been considering, I'm trying to show that we've been considering a good many things when we've been building our solutions. We're very happy to talk to anybody that's interested in this subject. I'm always open to adding to the pool of knowledge and experience that we are building into our solutions. This has been a really large piece of reflection for us as a supplier, thinking about how we can do this better. And I'd welcome any questions in the Q&A session.
Thanks, Phil. That's absolutely great. I have to say, your son is not the only one who suffers high stress when having IT issues. I think as people with slightly greying hair can also qualify in that space. So yeah, that's really great. Plenty of food for thought there for the Q&A session. Could we all give Phil some virtual applause, please, as we would were we in the conference room in Washington? I'll start you off, but I'm sure you're all doing it at home or wherever you might be today. Excellent. Let's press on, because next we've got Steve. Steve is Ferrara, is a senior advisor at Cognia. He's designed, developed, and implemented performance assessment programs and conducted research throughout his career. That goes right back to his days leading student assessment programs in Maryland. Way back in the 80s, I do remember those, sadly. Just from this conference alone, I've learned that he's a published author, both independently and along with Jay McTeague, who gave him a shout out at yesterday's keynote. So Steve's going to speak on formative performance assessment, enhanced accessibility, inclusion and equity. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Dennis, and hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Let me check that you can hear me okay and that you can see my slides.
Certainly I can hear you, Steve, and I think for sure you're good. Okay,
very good. Again, hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. I work at Cognia along with my colleagues that you can see at the bottom of the slide. We're working on several activities related to the overall initiative about equity in assessment. That effort is led at Cognia by Fiona Hines. It's a significant undertaking that is a full commitment from Cognia. In addition, we have a commitment to developing formative performance assessments, which we'll be offering in the next year to our clients. I should tell you, oh, Dennis, I forgot to say yesterday when you asked me about introducing me. I forgot to tell you that I'm a former rugby union player and big time fan. I still watch rugby on Saturday nights on TV.
Fantastic. What's your tip?
Cognia is a company that offers statewide and district assessment services and products, and school improvement and school accreditation. The school improvement and accreditation side of Cognia has been in business for over 100 years. The assessment side has been in business for over 35 years. So I'm going to offer a line of reasoning, an argument and a line of reasoning that the four authors have developed together. I'm going to do that first by talking about what we mean by equity and inclusion in assessment. I'm going to talk about it within a broad framework, which is centering students in assessment. Our premise is that performance assessment can enhance equity in assessment for all students. We'll give some supporting arguments, justifications for our claims, and then make a concluding comment to wrap things up. So first of all, what do we mean by equity and inclusion in assessment? The definition, our current operating definition, is that this equity and inclusion in assessment means fair and just treatment of every examinee and access to resources and support based on individual needs. And that extends, that just and fair treatment extends to both what happens during the test administration to enable all students to show what they know and can do, and also how we report assessment results so that it promotes achievement for all learners and advocates against using assessment results punitively. This broad framework that I talked about, centering students in assessment, we make the argument that students are and should be the primary stakeholder in assessment, as they are in teaching and learning. And there's some, you see people writing about this, including this quote from that we have here below: shifting from a pedagogy of compliance, which is how some people think of state assessment in the United States, to a pedagogy of voice. And we're going to talk about ways in which we can provide voice in performance assessment and other assessments to include all students. And this is about teachers and students building knowledge together. It's consistent with recent writing on the socio-cultural aspects of assessment and what the implications of socio-cultural aspects are for assessment design and conduct. Our premise for this presentation: performance assessment can enhance equity in assessment and inclusion for all students. We support our premise with 4 arguments, as you can see, and we cite some findings in conceptual and empirical research literature. We're focusing here not on large-scale assessment, which is a big part of Cognia's business, but also formative assessment practices in classrooms, which is another part of our offerings and interactions with our clients around the United States and around the world, in fact. All right, we were asked to give you a moment to try to provide some engagement. So I'd like to take 60 seconds to ask you to reflect and respond to 2 questions. And as you can see, Dennis has launched a Zoom poll. There are 2 questions. The first one being, what are the most effective ways for you to show something you know or have learned recently? And you can select all that apply. And I'm looking forward to your responses, please. Dennis, are you going to be able to display poll results?
I'm hoping Brian is going to do that, Steve.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
So that's good.
Great news. And once we see those results, I'll pose a second question to you. Excellent. So we have 35% saying have selected response items like multiple choice items. And then you see the other percentages here. Very interesting. Brian, I'm hoping we can save the poll results so that I can think about it afterwards. We have a second question, and if you would please launch the second poll. Does your preferred method or your preferred methods enable you to show what you know and can do? Most of the time is the winner here. Very good. Thank you, everyone, for your responses. We were hoping that asking you to respond to these questions would help you think about our premise here, our argument that performance assessment and various aspects of implementing performance assessment can help enhance equity in assessment. And that's what we're going to talk about now. So we make 4 arguments. In classroom formative performance assessment practice, it is possible to enable the following. Students can see themselves in assessment, task, content, and stimuli. And I'm just going to brush over that because for the sake of time. Number 2, assessment activities can be provided as authentic, simulated, real life problems to solve. Since we're all advocates and practitioners of performance assessment, I don't have to say or show a lot to support that point. Number 3, students can select topics, for example, for project-based assessments that interest them and represent their life experiences. And finally, students can select which ways to express their knowledge and skills, whether it be writing, speaking, demonstrating, or other forms of performance. So on we go with elaborating on these. There's an issue in statewide assessment where most of the reading selections come from the standard American canon. I'm talking about statewide assessment in the United States. And that's largely white and even male writers with some exceptions. We're making an effort to broaden the literature from which we select reading selections for statewide assessments in the US, and we'll be doing that similarly for item and performance task scenarios. All right, number 2, students can work on real world problems, the theory being that it engages students. And again, that's preaching to the choir. I really don't need to say much more here. Students selecting topics we think is an important issue. In large scale assessment where standardization and rigorous psychometrics are an important requirement for score reporting, for valid score reporting. This is a difficult problem, and most of the empirical research on choice, such as choosing an essay prompt, advises against choice in large-scale assessment. However, it's much less of a problem in the classroom, where teachers can offer a range of focus topics for project-based assessments, portfolios, demonstrations, and etc. And with a little guidance, students can pick a topic that works best for them in terms of their interest, what they know the most about, what they're able to work on most successfully. So students selecting topics can help students perform at their best, and we think enhance equity in assessment. 4th, students selecting response modes, which I talked about a little bit just a moment ago. For example, choosing whether to write something in a culminating activity or to give a formal talk or other form of presentation, or to demonstrate, perform a task, things like that. These are things that classroom teachers can allow and even promote in performance assessment, with the goal of enhancing equity and helping students see themselves in the assessment. And as long as the scoring criteria are clear up front, when the student makes the selection, teachers can deliver reasonably standardized and fair scores across response modes. I've seen that done. I'm sure you've seen and heard other people advocate for similar scoring criteria across different kinds of modes of responding to tasks. Teachers can make it work with proper rubrics and training and benchmarks and so forth. So reasonably standardized and fair scoring can be achieved for classroom formative assessment, is the position we take. So we're preaching to the choir. I don't need to make much of a justification for the importance of performance assessment in enhancing equity. And we all know the reasons why we're interested in performance assessment and the benefits for students and so forth. Here's an example of some empirical research that shows these things to be true. It signals the importance of higher order thinking, measures such thinking, and complements traditional assessments, and may also lead to increased learning. Those are outcomes that Suzanne Lane and her colleagues at the University of Pittsburgh found in studies in Maryland years ago. And there's no reason to think that the findings that were generalized across a statewide representative sample of students wouldn't apply specifically to students of color, where we're striving to enhance equity and to help them see themselves in their assessment. Our justification for student-centered learning comes from a study by Friedlander et al., which is at Linda Darling Hammond's center at Stanford University. They found measures of success in schools that implemented student-centered approaches, including higher graduation rates, higher student achievement, college prep course completion, and so forth, including long-term outcomes like college persistence. As far as student-centered assessment and equity, we take the position that student-centered assessment provides all students an opportunity to be directly engaged in decision-making about their learning process by including meaningful topics that are connected to their experiences that may not be included in the curriculum, providing choice, which I talked about, and creating assessments that are intentionally designed to validate and engage and empower students to provide a culturally sustaining framework. When all students are validated and empowered to center themselves in the learning process, including how they're assessed, they have an opportunity to see themselves in the process. Now, I'll repeat a point I've already made. Choice in what to respond to and how to respond is not something that's easily done in large-scale standardized assessment, where I've done a significant amount of work during my career, but it certainly is possible for teachers to do so in the classroom. Our conclusion, and I'm going to read this directly to you, it's a quote from a citation that we showed earlier in the presentation. The shift from students as consumers of information to practitioners of field knowledge is especially significant for Black, Brown, and Indigenous students, signaling that they belong to a larger intellectual community from which they may have been excluded by white supremacy. The point being, we want to signal to students of color that they're a part of this learning community, and we want to prove it through the teaching and learning process, and in our case, especially in assessment, design, development, and delivery. With that, I will say thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. And you'll see Steve has listed, I don't know if they're books or just publications. He appears on a few of them. I'm going to act as his royalties collector, I think, in the coming weeks.
Very good, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. That was excellent. I think yet again, I'm going to ask for some virtual applause. Steve's from the western side of the pond, and you can whoop if you wish. But I thought that was great. And again, lots of food for thought when it comes to the Q&A session later. But let's press on again. And where we're going to go now is to Kristin Stoeffler. Kristin's primary focus is the measurement of 21st century skills, e.g. creative thinking, collaborative problem solving, and the optimization of assessments to ensure that they accurately represent the abilities of students. I know she's also very involved in PISA, the Programme for International Student Assessment, and that's been a big commitment for her over many years. She's going to speak today on the usability features of the National Assessment of Education Progress, NAEP. And of course, I should have said Kristin works for ACT. So without more ado, it's over to you, Kristin.
Thanks. You can hear me? Okay,
yeah,
good.
We can. Yeah, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to take some of the concepts that Steve and Phil have been mentioning, and I'm going to take it really down to sort of an applied format because of the study that we recently worked on with NAEP in regards to engagement. So I'll officially introduce myself, Kristin Stoeffler. I'm a senior learning solutions designer at ACT, and I again work primarily on innovation and the measurement of 21st century skills. And I was the project director for this project along with Yigal Rosen and early on Vanessa Simmering for what was a collaboration with NCES and AIR to explore how we might improve engagement in NAEP. So as a refresher, for those who might not be familiar, NAEP is administered to students in grades 4, 8, and 12. The primary purpose is to measure student achievement in different subject areas and to collect contextual data for the reporting and interpretation of assessment results. However, as students don't receive a NAEP score, the assessment is considered low stakes for them. So there are longstanding questions about their level of engagement and effort, which makes sense, right? So we know that for an assessment to be valid, as we've been talking about today, students should be sufficiently engaged with the assessment task to ensure that it properly accurately demonstrates their knowledge and skills. Enter our project. So we set out to identify a low engagement NAEP task, then to enhance that task with what we're calling engagement enhancing features, or EEFs. And then we administered both versions of those tasks with students and analyzed the effects of those EEFs on student performance and preferences. So just quickly, in order to identify a low engagement task, we analyzed the tasks that were developed for the 2015 NAEP science assessment that were dropped after the pilot due to item performance issues. And our analysis of these sort of focused on events observed in the process data, right? Like missing responses, correctness of responses, time spent on each item, and the entire task. At the end of that, we targeted a 15-minute 8th grade task that was selected. We selected that as our candidate for augmenting with these engagement enhancing features. So these engagement enhancing features, they're primarily focused on 3 different areas: social contextualization of the task scenario, reducing the cognitive complexity, the cognitive load, and then metacognition. So creating more of these metacognitive opportunities for the students throughout the task. And I'll touch on these a little bit more later in recommendations. Okay. So after we have this original task, this enhanced task, we had to do virtual cognitive labs because this project started before the pandemic, and we intended on having in-person, but ended up going to Zoom, which allowed us actually to work with students across the whole country, which was really exciting. So we ended up with 77 8th grade students, and they were in 3 groups, divided into 3 groups. You'll see here the order in which they received the original versus enhanced task, and then we have a group B where they experienced only the enhanced task because we had all of the data from the field trial for the original item only. And I'll say that after each of these forms, the students received a series of questions that were designed to gather qualitative data about their preferences. So at the end of this, we had a bunch of performance data, we had a bunch of preference data, and we evaluated that. We evaluated the impact of those EEFs on performance, on the student preferences, And then we also evaluated the impact on higher versus lower performing students, which is something that came out during the actual COG labs. I did about 15 of these COG labs myself and noticed students that were struggling were responding to these differently. And so this isn't something we had originally intended to look at, but ended up diving into anyway. And so the findings for that were really excellent. We found that support for engagement enhancing features as positively reflecting the preferences of students as they related to improved engagement. And we also saw that these EEFs improved performance, we think perhaps through improved engagement. And then most importantly, and originally unanticipated, we identified that the EEFs, while improving engagement and performance, might do so disproportionately in favor of supporting lower performing students, indicating their importance potentially for equity as well as the validity of the assessments. So a little bit more about what these EEFs were. Social contextualization. We looked at this as an opportunity to contextualize the scenario. So the narrative became one of, instead of the student working independently, we changed the narrative so that they were working as a team or a group, in which the student is then a member. And so you can do this through the narrative, the prompt text, the materials that are introduced throughout the task. We also use response contextualization. So as the students are presented as being in a group, so some of those, instead of just a multiple choice, it could be presented as, their lab mates' ideas and which of their lab mates do they think is correct. So this was just another way that we changed the task to make it a little bit more social. And students I saw responding to this as almost a sense of like support as they're moving through it, because often, as in a real world scenario, if you aren't sure of the answer, you have this sense of, I'm working with a group, so maybe it'll be less stressful, maybe it will be okay. Reducing cognitive load, this was a big one. There's a lot of ways that we can reduce cognitive load. And this has come up already, this constructed response versus selected response. We need to be really strategic with how we use constructed response. They're great when they're used properly. They can be overwhelming for students. And I cannot overstate the dislike that they in general have for them. That came out in the preference data. Visual supports are huge. If you're not measuring terminology or spelling, then visual supports can be really, really helpful, especially in the science context. We found, students may not always remember what a graduated cylinder is called or how to spell that. And it created a lot of stress for students if they felt like they needed to remember that, know the proper name, learn how to spell it, and so we can reduce the stress around that if that's not in fact what we're measuring terminology or spelling wise. Simulations, we found that these can be a help and hindrance. Students were very concerned about the amount of time they took. So these really need to be providing a value in the students' eyes is what we found. Item representations. Oh, wow, beware of the perception of effort required. If students get to a screen and they see a stack of 3 constructed response, I watched their hearts just fall. It was just like, oh, this is going to require so much effort. And it looked disengaging, just witnessing the students witnessing these sort of stacks of constructed response. And then dependencies between items. This is really important, and kind of going back to that stack. If you have a constructed response and then the responses that follow that are dependent on them getting that first answer correct, it's really problematic. And the social contextualization of the task really helps with that. You can ask them and then have a new screen and, here come up with a list of things you're going to be looking for. And then the next screen can have, here's the list that your team came up with, what is the next step, so that you're not inhibiting them essentially from being successful in the preceding items. And then finally, this is sort of a no-brainer, having the explain items. NAEP is great at this. Assessments in general are good about including explain items so the students can reflect and rationalize on their responses and focus and get a sense of what next. So these, again, can be used very sort of strategically and judiciously throughout the assessment to to sort of bring the student back to the task and remind them what they're working on and why. So that's pretty much it. We're consistently striving to improve assessments in a way that can accurately reflect the knowledge and abilities of students, and that's a critical and ever evolving endeavor. And our study, we hope, contributes to the exciting exploration of this, as it sounds like this is, you know, in general, sort of the impetus for this conference, improving their engagement in assessments. And as our understanding of these factors improve, so does our ability to influence those factors in a way that improves the validity of assessments and the degree to which we can measure all students' abilities accurately. That's all for me. I blitzed through that.
You certainly did. You certainly did. Thanks, Kristin. That's absolutely great. That's Kristin Stoeffler of ACT. Again, I'm asking for rapturous, wild applause. And we're going to then come on to virtual applause, obviously. And then we're going to come on to the, what would usually happen at this point is that we'd come on to the question and answer before we all depart to the bar for a drink. We can't do that together today, but we're going to try and do it separately. So I've been looking at the chat and also the Q&A session, but I'm going to take chair's prerogative and ask some questions. I've got one that sort of applies to both Kristin and Steve, but I'm going to start with Phil. So Phil, you mentioned research done on trawling through social media to get reactions to remote proctoring these days, but recently and in the last year and a half. And I sort of hinted at this when I said that, you know, I get stressed by strangers walking around in my personal space or whatever. But of course, that used to happen before, didn't it? It used to happen certainly once I was past school age at a university. You know, the invigilator in the test centre or the college room would be a stranger, and they would have their own ideas about how they could police it. So what I'm really saying is, shouldn't we be measuring the difference between then and now? And is there also any way we can measure the excess stress, if you like? Is there any way we can actually try and say what's acceptable and what's not?
It's a very interesting point. I mean, I think one of the points that's been made to me repeatedly, and I've had this voiced to me quite a lot, is that the purpose of invigilation has quite significantly changed, specifically through the use of remote invigilation, and the pandemic has accelerated this, in that it is now about stopping malpractice and policing the exam, whereas an invigilator traditionally walking around, the majority of their time would be, you know, my pencil has snapped, can I have a pencil sharpener please, or, you know, my pen's run out of ink, or, you know, I've got a nosebleed, and, you know, what do I do? And these are all things that I've had to deal with dealing in the pen and paper world of, you know, and so invigilation was a supportive function with a secondary aspect of stopping malpractice. And I think I've heard quite a lot of horror stories almost of where some of the services that have been out there have been trying to apply rules more rigidly because they're not being applied by the organizations. They're being applied by proctorers. We need a lot more proctorers. They're coming from a wider pool. They are also working for potentially for different awarding organizations on one day to the next, so they have different sets of rules. I mean, one of the stories I did hear was there was a chap kept on getting kicked out of exams. He'd been in a motorbike accident, and the strap of his helmet had caused a nerve damage in his neck, and every minute or so he would look up like this to relieve the pressure, and it was triggering an AI that was saying, you are looking up, so you must be looking at something on your wall. And he kept on getting kicked out of exams, and it was nothing. He had to move that because it was an involuntary movement. So yeah, I think it's there. Measuring the stress, it's a very, very subjective thing. Anxiety especially, You know, like I said, you know, my James has anxiety and it's triggered by all sorts of things. It's easy to say, I can tell when he's anxious, but it's very difficult to say, you know, what level, because he tends to go from 0 to 100% on the very small things. So, you know, any anxiety to me is causing a detrimental effect, because in some people there isn't a measure, it is all or nothing.
Good. Yeah, good. So now I'm going to be really cheeky and use Steve's question to Kristin. So Steve would love to hear. Steve would love to hear from Kristin, and I'm sure everybody else would too, how you defined and applied. Well, you did actually tell us quite a bit of how you applied it, but just how did you define cognitive complexity?
So that's a tricky one. I'm not quite sure. You know, originally we had intended to measure that using biometrics, which we weren't able to then. And so we knew from the research what the sort of triggers were in regard to cognitive complexity. And so we leaned on that pretty heavily in terms of how that might relate to factors that would, you know, be related to engagement. So it's sort of this multi-step process. And the thought was, from the research on engagement, if you can control that a little bit better, you can then improve engagement in the items if students aren't feeling overwhelmed. And so the thought is, as we went through, you know, how can we scale that back as appropriate, as in, you know, we don't want to make the questions easy. We just want to remove unnecessary stress or unnecessary burden. And so that's really what we were looking at when we were implementing these engagement features related to reducing cognitive load, or what we're referring to as cognitive load.
Dennis, if I may?
Yeah, of course.
Kristin, thank you for that response. That was clear. Where do we get a hold of your study report? Is it through NAEP or directly from you?
I need to find out right now. It's still in the confidential mode because the original report has the items in it, and so we're working to get a version of that we can share, because the whole team was excited, AIR and CES folks and the ACT team too.
You have a lot of practically useful ideas there. So I'll be nagging you later on. Thank you.
Please do. We're excited to get the word out. We're hoping we can create.
Well, that's a good attempt, Steve, at prolonging the moment of truth for you. But I'm afraid your question is going to come along now. So taking up on your poll. Okay, so what you're showing there is that different people would like to be assessed in different ways. They feel the right one's right for you, but right for them. But at what cost? Because it seems to me that, you know, with choice comes cost, and it's the dilemma for all suppliers, of which all of us here are, as to how you give value and equitable value at a price that people can afford. What's your view?
Sure. Great question. Thank you, Dennis. So we're working on a development project right now. When I say we, I mean the colleagues I listed earlier, on developing several different performance assessment approaches to our current and future clients. The first release for next summer will be a series of project-based assessment protocols that teachers can adopt for their classroom. And what we plan to do is offer, so think of how project-based assessment might go. You scaffold the students, the teacher scaffolds students or student groups through various parts of the project, helping them develop a research question, et cetera. Usually there's a big culminating activity. We're going to offer options for that culminating activities so that students could choose to write a report, give a formal presentation, demonstrate something, and we'll provide scoring criteria that teachers can apply in reasonably, what's the term I use, standardized and fair ways across those different ways of demonstrating knowledge and skills in the culminating activity in this project-based assessment offerings. And we'll take that same premise and apply it to other approaches to performance assessment that we'll be offering. The cost doesn't seem that significant to me, other than the cost is to the teacher deciding to implement a project-based assessment, learning and assessment project, and learning how to score student responses for the purpose of providing formative feedback so students can improve their learning. That's the bigger cost, not the choice.
Okay, excellent, excellent. We've got a couple from the chat room, as opposed to Q&As. Yeah, from the chat room. So first of all, I'm going to do a big thank you to Carrie Taitian, I hope, Taitian maybe. I hope that's how it's pronounced, Carrie, with National APSE. She's put a bit of an article on there, and she's also spoken about some of the work they've done on finding issues for people with disabilities in remote proctoring. Very happy that you share anything, Carrie. We'll definitely take a look at it outside of this session or after this session. And Jeff Chapman asked a question. Should suppliers be doing a better job in helping exam owners understand their candidates' circumstances? He's asked it specifically on, so for example, if a trainee accountant resides in a home of multiple occupancy, would that preclude them from a good remote proctoring experience? And I'll give that to Phil, but before I do, let me just say that, I understand that's both what Steve and Kristin are trying to do as well, and Phil. We're all trying to give a better job in the exam owners, if you like, improving their candidates' experience. If we answer specifically on how do you even up that remote proctoring experience, how do you even it up? Phil, over to you. But you've frozen.
Hello.
No, he's back. Excellent.
I think everyone, is it just me or is everyone freeze?
It was just you.
All right. I see IT issues causing problems.
So the question was there, just giving an example of a trainee accountant residing in a home of multiple occupancy, would that preclude them having a good remote proctoring experience? That's one example. It's a matter of, how do we cater or adjust for the different experiences they're inevitably going to have?
Yeah, I guess it comes down to actually more at the awarding organisation level about what they're going to accept. So if you live in a house of multiple occupancy, we've all had, I'm sure everyone has had situations where you're on a really important conference call and your child comes barreling into the room, or the dog barks, or the cat jumps onto the laptop, or the door goes and it's Amazon outside. I think the world has changed, and I think we need to change with it and say, look, if we want to have these exams accessible, and ultimately I think there always will end up being a centre-based exam network out there to cater for people that don't want to do it at home. There will always be people that do not want to do this at home. But I think there are ways that from the instructions from the awarding organisations that invigilators are enacting and enforcing need to be cognizant of that. Some exams, very high-stake exams, they might have to say, look, you need to do it in a suitable location, and if your home is not a suitable location, you will have to travel to a suitable location. But yeah, I think there is definitely a re-evaluation of what is acceptable and what constitutes an infraction, and what can be just something that can be passed over.
Okay, thanks. Steve, just on a similar linked sort of thing. So in your poll, and I'm doing it from memory now, although you did email me with it, so I should know it off by heart. But in your poll, you actually asked the question of, is actually doing the task, physically doing it, the best way for you to reinforce your learning? Again, I wondered, so for the person who would like to take a multiple choice question, and the person who would like to demonstrate their capability by physically doing the task, how do we level up there? How do we match the, how do we get some equivalency of score?
Yeah, well, that's a good question, Dennis. Thanks a lot for that.
Anytime. You're an expert, Steve. You know you are.
Yeah. Leveling up, as you say, responses to multiple choice items versus a performance assessment like a demonstration of knowledge and skill. That's not an easy thing to level up, to claim that they're equivalent or interchangeable. And it's for the reasons why everyone that participates in Beyond Multiple Choice, why we're all so committed to performance assessment, because it enables us to get at thought processes, knowledge, skills, and abilities that you can't get to very well with selected response items like multiple choice items. So leveling up, I don't think is something that's pursuable or even necessarily warranted. They serve different purposes and we can use them for their different purposes productively. We even make the point in our slides that performance assessments can enhance the information that you get from multiple choice exams.
Okay, yep, good. Any of your findings, Kristin, that told us how we could compare all these different, what I'm concerned about, and I think I'm concerned about it from the point of view of employability. If I was looking at a construction worker and one of them offered to take a multiple choice exam and one of them showed me how to lay bricks and was good at it, even though the other guy had got the multiple choice question correct, I think I know who I'd be choosing to come and work on the building site. Nevertheless, the person doing the multiple choice test might have been hundreds of miles away and not able to take a video on his iPhone. So have you any idea about how we're going to do some comparability between these different methods?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. I agree with Steve. These measure the same thing in different ways, but you're right. Like if you can show me that you can do something versus, check the correct box, those are going to be very different indications of your actual ability. And I think, so when I'm building an assessment, I'm thinking, what of those skills do I need to be shown? And what knowledge pieces or elements can I quickly capture with a multiple choice? Because I don't want to, I want it to be active, and accurate, but I also want it to be efficient. Like I don't want to go through and have to provide a long constructed response for everything or perform every task. Because if it's something that I can quickly, demonstrate my knowledge of by checking a box, yeah, let's do that. Because I want to save those experiences where the student needs to perform something. I'm in a reserve space, like cognitive space, and also time for that. And anything else I'm going to do as efficiently as possible. So when I build things, that tends to be my intention. Like I have a whole toolkit, and I'm going to apply those tools as necessary in order to really get the most accurate possible understanding of what these kids know and can do.
Kristin, would you mind if I added a little something?
Please do.
Yeah. So think of the way many credentialing systems work. In order to be certified in medicine and other areas, there's both a knowledge test, which can be done very efficiently with 120 multiple choice items. That's pretty common. And then there are practical exams where the people being credentialed, not only they've demonstrated their knowledge on the multiple choice exam, and now they've demonstrated their clinical skills, for example, in medicine and other forms of treatment through practical exams, either as part of the certification process after they finish their training or at various times during the training process. And so it's not so much equivalency as it is enhancement through knowledge tests with multiple choice and clinical skills through practical exams.
Superb. There you go. Great answers to two obviously great questions. I'd like to give a shout out to Tyler Blewin and also to Chrissy Stout, who've put questions or sometimes comments in the chat. I can't really go through that now, but we will pick up on it later. Many thanks to Phil Burgess from Civica. When he publishes the information on remote proctoring, please get in touch and get that from Phil. To Steve Ferrara of Cognia, thank you, Steve. And to Kristin Stoeffler of ACT, thank you, Kristin. That's our session, absolutely finished on the dot of 4:05. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Terrific job.
Cheers, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, indeed. And thank you ever so much, Dennis. Thank you, everybody on this session. Really interesting, fascinating. And who'd have thought that we'd get a name check for rugby union and for a certain soccer team called Liverpool within the Beyond Multiple Choice conference stream. There you go. It's a strange world we live in. But thank you, everybody, for a great session. We're now timing to move on to our next session, which is about the eAssessment Association's International Awards. And if I can just give a quick plug for the eAssessment Association, it's a free to join, brilliant organization, does an awful lot. And CEO Matt Dennis, no doubt, Matt Wingfield, no doubt, will be able to tell us all about that and the awards. And if he's ready to join us, I'm ready to hand over to him. Are you there, Matt?
Hey, Jeff, it's Brian. I think we're still waiting on Matt, so let's give it a minute. In fact, I'm going to suggest we go ahead and take our a bit of our break now. So let's reconvene at 12:10 Eastern.
Okay, that's fine with me. A 5-minute break. You always seem to catch me during these moments of the break having my cup of tea. So here's my cup of tea. And I'll speak to you all in about 5 minutes or so. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, you can. See, AJ and Matt have now joined us. So I'll pass over to Matt from the CEO of the eAssessment Association, tell you all about that and the fascinating work on the awards and some of the award winners over the last few years. Thank you ever so much, Matt. All yours.
Thanks very much, Jeff, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully you can see my screen. It's difficult for me to tell that you can, so hopefully yes. You can. Be wonderful.
Yeah, we can
Thank
see
you very
your
much.
Screen.
So, so this afternoon we're going to spend a very short period of time just talking a little bit about the eAssessment Awards, which, for those of you who aren't aware, are an annual awards program that's run by the eAssessment Association to promote and reward good practice within the technology-enabled assessment and testing space. I'm delighted to be joined today by two of our winners. So Ian Brown, the Deputy Director for Education from the Chartered Accountants in Ireland, and AJ Kulkarni, who's the Head of Business Development for Excelsoft Technologies, excuse me. And we'll hear from both of them in a little bit about the projects that they've been involved in, and they'll tell you a little bit more about how the projects have worked. What I wanted to do just before that was give you a quick introduction to the eAssessment Association, again, for those of you who haven't come across us before. So we're a UK-based professional membership body, but that has an increasingly international membership. We're all about promoting, supporting, and developing the use of technology in the delivery and in the support of assessment and testing. We've been going since about 2008 and have been building up momentum around the association. Since then, we've now got nearly 3,000 members, and each year we run a conference and awards program. Usually the conference is face-to-face. This year we ran it as a virtual event. The coming year we're going to be running it as a hybrid face-to-face and online event. And this last year we really had a great international footprint at the conference and awards, with representatives from 53 different countries around the world, representing nearly 250 different organizations. So really far-reaching. And if this is an area that's of interest, which I'm guessing it must be, given that you've joined the conference today, then please do become a member of the association. It's completely free to join, and it takes a couple of minutes to sign up using the link that's there. And I'll make sure that all of these slides are shared with the organisers so that they can pass those out to you after the event. So all of the links that we're going to see through these slides will come to you afterwards. So that's a little bit about the association. One of the things that's quite unique, I suppose, about the association is because our membership is free, we do rely on our commercial sponsors to allow us to undertake the activity we do. So I always like to give a quick shout out to the organisations who support us, and they're quite far ranging in the sense that they, yes, represent a whole range of technology providers, but they also include representatives from the exam awarding market, so people who are setting and running exams and assessments themselves, and also regulators from that space too, so the people, the watchdogs who are watching over the practice within that assessment space. So a hugely diverse range of organizations who provide us with the financial support to do what we do, and I just wanted to say a thank you to those organizations for their continued support. So let's talk a little bit more about the awards themselves. So this year we had 8 categories. We had, as you can see there, 28 judges. So one of the things that we pride ourselves on with the awards is not just having 1 or 2 people who make all of the decisions across all of the categories. We have a team of judges for each category within the awards program, which allows it to be more independent, more reliable in the results that we get, I think. Those judges all give their time completely freely, and having been a judge this year for the first time, it's actually quite a lot of time and quite a lot of effort that goes into that process. So again, a big thank you to them. And again, this year, we saw entries from all around the world, from a huge number of different organizations, which was absolutely fantastic. The awards is now in its 5th year and grows every year. And we ended up with 21 finalists across the 8 categories. And today we're going to be hearing from 2 of the 8 winners, winning organizations from the awards. So that's the awards program. As I said, it's all about celebrating best practice and rewarding innovation and use of technology in supporting that assessment process. I thought it would be remiss of me not to mention next year's award program, because we'd like to encourage anybody any organization who's involved in the use of technology-enabled assessment within a project. So this could be in a school, in a college, in a university, in a work-based setting, a professional accreditation setting. Please do consider entering the awards. The link to the awards website is there on the screen. The process opens on the 1st of December this year with a 2-month window for submissions. So please do enter. And you never know, you could be one of the people that we're talking to next year as a winner of the awards process. So that's next year's awards. But let's, without further ado, and any more waffling from me, let's hear about some of the projects that won this year. So we're going to hear 2 case study presentations. The first from Ian from the Chartered Accountants in Ireland, and then from AJ from Excelsoft Technologies in India. Both of the projects represent some really innovative and clever thinking about how you approach embedding technology into the assessment and testing process, which was one of the reasons why we were so keen to share some of their stories in this year's conference. I think they also represent how partners can work across international divides. So I'll let Ian talk a little bit more about that in the context of his project, and AJ in the context of his project. But both projects involved players and stakeholders from different countries coming together to come up with a solution, which again was another reason that we thought that they were particularly interesting from the perspective of the conference. So without further ado, having waffled a little bit more there, let me pass over to Ian. I'm going to advance the slides for Ian, so please do excuse Ian telling me to press next when he's ready for me to do so. Ian, over to you.
Thanks a million, Matt, and just a huge thank you to everyone in the eAssessment Awards for the great accolade that we received during the year, of which we're all, both CIRRUS and Chartered Accountants Ireland, are hugely proud of. It's a great recognition. We were winners of the Best Transformational Project this year, in 2021, and obviously the level of work that had gone on, you're quite right, Matt, it was cross-border. Chartered Accountants Ireland they're based in Ireland, an all-island body, north and south of the border, and we represent about 28,000 members, to 30,000 members, and about 6,000 active students every year. We're the 3rd oldest professional accountancy body in the world, so we date back to a royal charter from Queen Victoria in the 1880s, which is interesting in itself, and then it's juxtaposed against CIRRUS in the Netherlands, who we chose as a partner, who are a relatively young organisation, but a very, very seriously innovative organisation, who we've really, really excelled with partnering with, and very excited about the journey, hence ultimately getting a chance to talk to you here today. So that's just giving some of the background to both companies. Might just skip on to the next slide, Matt, if that's okay. We started as a customer of CIRRUS this journey about 3 years ago, even pre-COVID-19. So I know a lot of the assessment strategies were kind of a response to COVID-19. We were the first major kind of accountancy body globally to actually go eAssessment as a strategy prior to COVID. And we had a number of challenges that we had to meet and that's why we took on that strategy a while back, 2 years ago now. We had high growth in student intake, which was causing us a slight problem because we have exams across the whole island of Ireland that are held throughout the year, and we've an over-reliance on large and expensive physical exam centres that were basically at capacity as it was. So we were going to have a significant stepped fixed cost increase if we had stayed with our existing model. So we were kind of having to look at innovative ways of approaching that, where we would, rather than build a bigger boat, we needed to think about maybe it's not a boat we need something completely different. and that sent us on a reassessment journey. One of the problems we have is we're highly regulated. With our exam methodology, we couldn't choose a platform that was going to compromise our exams and how we actually administer our exams. Because our exams are very much case-based and they simulate the real-world work environment. And we needed to be able to do that on an online presence as well. So we had to bring that forward before we started on the journey. We also had, which is similar to most academic bodies globally, we had seen over the last 5 or 6 years a 400% growth in those students requiring reasonable accommodations. And what we found in a lot of the cases when we drilled into that, there was a significant expense to that, but most students actually required the use of a laptop in our situation. And what we were kind of saying, how do we work around that? Well, if everyone is taking their exams on a laptop, that would significantly reduce the amount of reasonable accommodations we have to provide. So we're able to tick that box with the assessment as well. And another issue we were dealing with in Europe was GDPR compliance. Until up to 2.5 years ago, we had almost 0% of our exams online or on computer even. They were paper-based exams. And that was creating a problem with GDPR compliance because students have an ability to request their script post an event, which is, we were in a physical environment with physical exam boxes and stuff and warehousing, which was creating a big headache for us. So we needed something that was easier to provide a service of script access, which eAssessment ticked that box as well. So that's why we kind of were on this journey pre-COVID, then COVID hit, and then we had to pivot. So we had a plan to implement over about 3 or 4 year period, and we might just skip on to the next slide, Matt. From starting kind of 2 years ago, we do about 10% of our exams as a kind of a pilot. But halfway through that pilot, we had to pivot to where we would have 100% of all our exams online. And what we had to do with our partner Cirrus was we had a roadmap of developments that we wanted to put in place over a period of about 3 years, which got fast-tracked and crushed into a period of about 3 months post-March 2020. At no stage in that process did our supplier ever push back on us and actually embrace that change. And we really pushed together in terms of having to speed up our roadmap of development to make sure that we were ready to be able to hit the ground running with 100% of all our exams being online in 2020. We've also received full regulatory approval for the use of e-assessments, and we were the first major regulated body to actually do that in the accountancy world, being fully allowed the use of e-assessment and remote proctoring. The big worry too was if we moved everything so quickly, rather than a staged rollout over 3 years in the space of a couple of months, would we have a massive collapse in our annualized pass rates? And we're glad to say that what we've experienced thus far is consistent annualized pass rates across from our paper-based exams to the new platform. And our examiners, whilst our pass rates have stayed the same or thereabouts, what we've noticed is the average mark of students has come up in some subjects 1 or 2%. And that's based on the fact that the quality of responses now, and everyone who probably has marked paper-based exams will know, partly because the quality of the handwriting is much better because it's typed and it's easier to mark, but also with the formatting functionality. Obviously, students are able to place their answer in a better order, so it reads more comprehensively and concisely. So that's a really positive piece from our side. Another thing that we had is, in order to make it successful, because it was such a shock to the system for our students, we prepared with our partners that all candidates would have access to practice onboarding sessions to ensure the students were up to speed with what would happen on the real exam day. Now, we pushed ahead with that, and that put a lot of extra work on both provider and ourselves. But what we had was that we ended up in 2020 having 100% successful onboarding of all students at all levels, which equated to about almost 20,000 exams, actually all went ahead, and we had a 100% success rate with that. That compared to within the profession in accounting, somewhere between 70 and 95% successful onboarding. And indeed, a lot of our colleagues globally would have taken on board the fact that our onboarding session worked as such a success to getting people into exam on exam day. They adopted that themselves. They then saw if they were at 70% of their initial offering, they were able to get that up to much higher numbers. So that was a really positive impact. And if we just skip forward to the last slide, please, Matt. One of the great benefits of that was the impact to the students, and we were able to run our exams. We did a huge amount of work on the back end marking process, which resulted in exam marking times for us being reduced by up to 50% without compromising on quality. Now, this allowed us then, as part of this, we were able to release our exam results in 2020 slightly faster, which also reduced significantly the resource time and cost to running our exam marking centres in 2020. Also, what it did was, because there was a more efficiency and effectiveness in the marking that we had created in the back end of the platform together jointly, we even found that sometimes we've always found it hard enough to retain markers, because it is an arduous process and it can be time consuming as well. But our internal stakeholders of marking teams and moderators and senior external moderators were shocked by how much better our processes were under this new platform system. So we got a lot of people who were much happier to stay in a process of marking going forward, because it's very hard to onboard new markers. So we've benefited from that too, which is a really good thing. We have reduced our carbon footprint significantly, because we used to ship quantities of boxes of scripts all around the country, which was costing us an annualized cost of couriers of just exam papers alone, without printing costs or anything. Just couriering boxes around was costing us about €70,000 a year. That has been reduced, I'm glad to say, for the last 2 years down to absolutely zero. In fact, we've been a completely paperless and virtual office for almost 2 years now. And that's such a shock to us, because we were used to mountains of Kefron boxes with lots and lots of exam scripts in. So it's a completely different work environment that we have now, with a lot more internal stakeholders, much happier with the process that we have from migrating to the platform. Now, to be fair, none of that would have been possible without the work that Cirrus put in at the dev end to make all of the things that we wanted possible. And we would have been probably nearly a client from hell in one regard, because we kept driving the boundaries all of the time and looking for the next step of the art of the possible. From a standpoint then, obviously, we were very delighted to win the award from the eAssessment awards. The success has also been recognised within the accountancy world. So the International Federation of Accountants published a positive case study on how Chartered Accountants Ireland with Cirrus is at the forefront of digital exams on a global accounting stage as well. So not alone, now, what I will say it is, if we had got it wrong, the reputational damage would have been massive. So we got it right, which luckily then we've ended up on the good end of that. That was something that we were always hugely cognizant of throughout the process, because accountancy as its nature is actually quite risk averse as a profession. And then we had a reputation of over 130 years of a premium brand that we couldn't put at risk. So I'm glad to report that, yes, we've taken risks. We've had to accelerate a lot of things due to a crisis of the COVID pandemic. But in the words of famous words, never let a good crisis go to waste. We've ended up with a far better product and process to our exam processes going forward into the future, that I think is only at the start. It's at its infancy, and we hope to work collaboratively with our service provider going forward to do much more work that's innovative into the future. To give you an example, one of the things that we've done very recently is that we have a full integration now with Office 365 Microsoft, which, if we were going to give a simulation of what the real world experience is for accountants, well, every accountant would be using Microsoft 365 on a daily basis. So that gives us opportunities now into the future to really push the boundaries of our exams as well into another space. I'll stop talking for now, because I'm constantly talking quite a bit, and happy to hand it back to Matt on that basis.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ian. That's really, really great to hear all of that, and really insightful to understand the processes that you have to go through when you're making such a big transformation to the organization. I am conscious of time. We may not have time for questions at the end, but if you do have questions, please put them into the chat area, and I will make sure that we answer those either now within the session or after the session with the help of my colleagues. At this point, I'm going to pass over to AJ, who's going to talk a little bit about the work that ExcelSoft have been doing with a customer that they have on the other side of the world. AJ, let me hand over to you, and thanks very much in advance.
Thanks, Matt. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Greetings from India. Just in case you hear some loud bangs in the background, don't worry, it's Diwali time. The festival of lights and the firecrackers are being released at the moment. So don't worry about the sound. So first of all, thanks to eAssessments for giving us this opportunity. We are trying to kind of discuss about this project which we executed in Mexico. So that's what Matt mentioned, like across the borders. So we are based out of India, and the client, end client, is based out of Mexico. So if you go to the next slide, Matt, please. Thank you. So there are 6 main players here. There's a Mexican worker who contribute for their pensions along with the employees who employ them. Next is Concessor, which is the regulatory body which manages, lays down policies on the pension funds. And then the FOs who manage the funds that they collect from the Mexican workers. To collect the funds, they use agents who are Air Force agents. The Air Force are someone like an ING or HSBC or any of these banks. The problem here was, next slide. The problem here was, please excuse me, there's a lot of text here. I'll just try to kind of give you a kind of complete overview. For the Concessor, the problem was they started receiving a lot of complaints from the workers that their funds were not being managed properly. The workers were not educated properly on the kinds of funds the efforts were trying to invest in. And that was primarily because the agents who were supposed to educate them, the agents who were supposed to help the workers understand, were not actually screened properly. And that was the one main reason Concessor thought we need to have a third party bring in a system that will allow the screening of the workers better, remove most of the malpractices that are being carried out. Like, for example, a person who was registered was not the same person who was coming to take the examination. There was mass copying in the examination. And if you had a good rapport with the person who was managing the test center, you could easily pass through the exam. So they wanted a third party to bring in a lot of transparency in the system. But also, efforts were very skeptical because of the cost factor. They wanted to ensure that the cost, because they were the ones who had to bear the cost of managing these exams. So ExcelSoft and our partner in Mexico, Tech, came up with this concept or solution wherein by we kind of looked at, okay, what are the various factors by which we can remove the malpractice? So we started listing out, okay, these are the 5 categories. 1, identify the right candidate, ensure that you give them a test bank or a kind of a set of questions, which are not just multiple choice, but beyond that, like it could be fill in the blanks or this one, so that it becomes more, I mean, they will have more attention. The third aspect is to ensure that the tests are kind of kept in a very light mode, because we need to give this test in centers which are earthquake prone, where the internet is not stable, but still you need to ensure that you need to have the kind of security, like for example, a secure browser. Plus also, we also thought, okay, why not introduce a kind of remote proctoring, but not complete remote proctoring, but image based. So wherein we take images at different points of time. Now, considering all this, the first step was to kind of identify a partner who could create questions, because we don't know Spanish. Whereas our partner knew Spanish, but they didn't know how to create those items. So we identified an entity who could help us create those items and ensure that we kind of bring in the subject matter experts, create an item bank and then get an approval from the authorities. Once the item bank was created, what it is, we created some mock tests, gave it all their force so that they get those people, because the people were used to paper and pen examination. Suddenly you move them on to an online exam is a major transition. So for them to get used to that, we brought in this mock exam so that they get prepared for those exams. And on the day of the examination, we had worked with processor who had a huge database of all the Air Force agents. So we used fingerprinting and then started kind of analyzing the biometrics and started identifying whether he was the same candidate who had registered or they were different candidates. And believe it or not, 15 to 20% were not the same candidates who were coming. So we kind of filtered them out. The same candidates were registered, took the examination. We ensured that the exams were something which were completely randomized. So that way, basically the same set of questions will not be available for the person who is sitting beside. And then conduct the exams, approximately about 150 to 180 exams per day at different centers. And some were in earthquake-prone areas, so there was a major challenge. And it was such a success. We conducted close to about 80 to 85,000 exams, if I'm not wrong, in about 10 months. And then the consulate was very happy because over a period of time, the number of complaints started reducing. We also ensured that the people who actually qualified were well versed with how to manage pensions. They were educating the workers, and then we also kind of fine-tuned. So instead of just giving a multiple choice, we started bringing in, and also we had a recording of images at different points of time, which was also given to authority to prove that there was no cheating. Images primarily because of the internet bandwidth availability at those centers. So, it's been a great success.
Apologies for interrupting you. We are a little bit tight for time. Is it possible you could just wrap up?
Yes, I'm doing that. So keeping that in mind, the 3 years contract has been renewed again, and now they are looking at beyond multiple choice. So they are looking at bringing in descriptive questions. So this is where it stands now. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, AJ, and I'm sorry to rush you right at the end there. And again, a fascinating use of the technology to solve a real problem that the customer was having. And I think that's the common thread and the common takeaway that I have from both of your presentations, is that you'd very clearly identified the issues that you needed to solve. It might have been to do with scale, which seemed to be one of the big things for you, Ian, or it might have been to do with identity of the person taking the test. And then using technology to solve that, because I think one of the key lessons for everyone thinking about using more technology to support this area is that it's a tool, and you have to use it where it's appropriate to use it, where it's going to give you and deliver you the most positive impact. I'm sorry that we haven't had time to circle back on any questions. If you do have questions that you want to ask to Ian or AJ, we'll make sure that their contact details are available so that you can do that directly to them. But at that point, I'm going to pass back to Jeff. Jeff, thanks very much for that opportunity to share those stories. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Thanks, Ian and AJ. That I understand very whirlwind, but I hope you agree with me. Some fascinating developments there, and some real world experiences. And if I'm not too late, let me wish a happy Diwali to AJ and everybody in India, or happy Pujas, or whatever in part of India you're in, and whatever the current celebrations are called. Happy Diwali, everybody. And if there are other celebrations going on in the world at this moment, happy festive season to you as well. Okay, we're now ready to move on to the next lightning demonstration, which I'm delighted to say comes from our friends from Norway and Europe, from Inspera, a supporter of ours, and we very much appreciate their sponsorship of the conference, as we do all the sponsors of the event today, making it possible. So without much further ado, I'm now going to hand over to Harvey Taman from Inspera, who will introduce his colleague Simon and leave you in the very capable hands for the next 20 minutes or so. Over to you, Harvey.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jeff, for the introduction. I'm just going to share my screen now, and we can make a start. So once again, thank you for the introduction, Jeff. We hope that you've all enjoyed the conference so far, and we're really looking forward to demoing the Inspera assessment platform to you today. As Jeff said, my name is Harvey Tayman. I'm joined by my colleague here, Simon Martin. We both work for Inspera in the UK, helping our customers to get the most out of digital assessment. Simon's going to run the demo for us today, but before we dive into the demo, I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes to introduce Inspera for those of you who are not familiar with us. Inspera are an assessment technology company, and our mission is to use that technology to make assessment more inclusive, fair, and efficient. And this applies equally to both learners and to teachers. Inspera are a Norwegian company, and we're very proud of our Norwegian heritage, but we're also really proud of the global footprint that we have within assessment. We're trusted by the 80 leading educational institutions from all over the world who use Inspera as the technology partner to underpin their assessment. And as such, we know how important assessment and feedback is to teachers and learners worldwide, which makes it such a privilege to partner with each and every one of our customers. Now, the Inspera assessment platform itself covers the end-to-end life cycle within assessment. And the platform is broken down into modules, each which correspond to a different stage within the assessment life cycle. Now, firstly, this includes what I'd call pre-assessment activities, such as content authoring and assessment design. Within our authoring module, we support a range of both automatically marked and manually marked questions. And within our deliver module, we support a variety of settings and configurations in order for you to design your test to match any of the different assessment modes that you use. And this includes options such as lockdown browser for closed book exams or remote proctoring as well for the detection and deterrence of academic misconduct. So that's it in what I call the pre-assessment phase. Then we have the actual test delivery itself. And this, of course, is where candidates log in and complete the actual assessment itself within this platform, which Simon will demonstrate in just a couple of minutes. And then also within the Inspera module, monitor module, that's where our invigilators are able to use a range of different invigilation tools to support test takers when they're online. And then finally, we have the post-assessment activities. And this primarily is made up of grading and feedback of assessment, but also the ability to analyze assessment data, both for audit purposes, but also to improve your quality of future assessments. And it's really that use of data which we think makes the assessment life cycle more of a cyclical journey than a linear one. Now, we're not going to have time to showcase the entire system end to end for you today. So instead, Simon will focus on the bits that I've highlighted in red here for you, which is around authoring and test delivery, which should give you a really good flavour of our platform. So with no further ado, I will stop sharing my screen and hand over to my colleague Simon. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Harvey. Right, let me just get to sharing. Right, okay, so as Harvey said, we're going to have a quick demonstration of the Inspera platform. I'm going to start with just authoring some questions, then we will deliver the test, and then I'll show you what it looks like from the student's point of view. So when it comes to authoring things within the Inspera platform, there are two ways of doing it. Either authoring questions individually themselves, or you can start with what we call a question set, which for all intents and purposes is a blueprint for what will be the test. So a collection of questions that you're going to issue as a test. And that's what I'm going to do. I've already done a little bit of pre-work to help speed this up. So when it comes to building out tests, you can either add them from your question bank, so any previously authored questions that you've done, or you can build them straight into a test, in which case it will get added straight to your question bank as well, which is what we're going to do here. So create new, and then you're presented with all the different question types that we have available. There's about 26, I think, at last count, both automatically marked as well as manually marked questions. The first one I'm going to start with is an essay type question, so a long form question that will be manually marked. First thing we want to do is just to name our question. So it's going to be about Hamlet. And then we move over here, and this is our question authoring screen. Now, even though I'm showing you how to do a essay question type, this screen is about 95% the same for every single question type. And that is every question type has this area in here where you can write your questions both above and below the box. There's a WYSIWYG editor to do things like text decoration, insert images, insert tables, LaTeX for complex mathematical equations. And it's just this bit here in the middle that represents the essay part of the essay question type. And I'll show you what I mean. So let's first of all type in our essay question type, essay question. And yeah, that's pretty now much ready to go. I know it was quick. Now, if at any point you want to see what your question will look like from a student's point of view, we have an eye icon up here that by clicking on the preview, there you go. And that's how it will appear for the student. So we've got the question here, there's our title, and this is where the student will then write in their answer. And they have all the choices like text decoration, different headings, paragraphs, all the way down to they're even able to draw in diagrams if you want to give them that ability. That's a fairly terrible diagram though, I admit. Now let me just close that. The other big thing about online assessment is obviously the marks. How are you going to mark things? Now with manually marked questions, there are 3 different ways you can mark them. There is what we call maximum marks. So that is where you would set a question to have X amount of marks as the maximum, and the grader will decide where within that scale it should be awarded. So here it's 10. So at the other end, which I won't be demoing, but the grader would be able to give it this question anywhere between 0 to 10. Other options, we can have criteria. That is for objective criteria, where you might say, okay, I want a criteria, put in a quick description and say that's worth 5 marks, then add in another objective criteria. And that way, yes, either they meet it or they don't. And the third marking system is bands and criteria. And that's more for your subjective criteria, where similarly, you would say, okay, a criteria on expression might be worth 10 marks, and then I'll have another one of knowledge. Maybe I'll give that one 6 marks. And then the marker at the end, they can decide where along that scale each criteria should fit, and then add it up for the total marks or within the system. So that's how we organize the marking for the manually marked questions. Other options, I won't go through all of them because we are pushed for time, but you can do things like attach a marking scheme to each question that will then be viewable to the grader at the other end when they're marking that. You can enter in like generalized feedback that can or cannot be viewable to the student when they've actually finished the test. You can include images and illustrations within the question. You can have PDF documents either linked or as stimulus, and then all the way through to little things like adding labels, which is adding metadata to your questions, so it's a lot easier to find them in your question bank as you really build that up. So that's our quick essay question done. I'll show you now one of our manually marked question types. And I'm not going to go for a multiple choice. I'm going to be a bit more creative and go for what we call our graphic text entry. So that's where there'll be a text field over an image. And it might be like labeling something, which is what I will be doing. So again, different question type this one, but as you can see, the layout is pretty similar. So let's name my question. This is a really basic question I'm deliberately doing here. It's name the type of vehicle. So we're going to add in what the question itself is. And now I click in the question type area and I just need to upload an image. So let me find an image that is going to be my question. Insert that there. And then this is going to be our text box that I'm going to put over the thing that I want labeled. And it is a car, obviously. And that's what my answer is going to be. So I click on the box and it asks me, well, what are going to be the correct responses? And I'm going to put in 2. I'm going to accept both car and white car. I have several other options, things like, do I want the responses to be case sensitive, ignore spaces? Do I want to limit the amount of characters? But just to show you what type of a question type this one is, let me just save that and bring this up. There, you'd be saying they expect car, or get it wrong, truck. So they're the kind of question types that are available. That's one of our image ones. Obviously, we do have, like I said, we've got about, I think, 15 to 20 different automatically marked question types. But in terms of automatically marked questions, what type of scoring? Because it's done automatically. The marking system for automatically marked questions can be both positive and negative scores. So I could say, okay, if you get it correct, you can get 5 marks. But if you get it wrong, it's going to be -5 marks. And what about if it's left unanswered? I'll give a minor penalty of -1. And there's also the ability to add more than one test response within there. And then you can start limiting both the maximum amount of marks as well as the minimum number of marks if you want to kind of limit penalties that are also issued. So that is our automatically marked question there. I'm going to go back to my question set and some things that I have already prepared for us. And in terms of the individual questions, that's one kind of layout, but how do you want your questions to appear in the wider test? And we achieve this using a thing that we call sections. And within each section, you can change the way the questions are laid out. So if I just demonstrate what it's looking like for now, there's our essay question, and the other one, our car one. But for the next section, I don't want them to appear one question at a time. I want them to appear as a vertical scroll. And I can do that for all the questions within a section. And I've got to move on to another section after that. And for that one, I want there to be some stimulus that will appear on the left-hand side of the screen and stay there as I move between the subsequent questions, going back and forward. And so it's that flexibility that you can have within each section. Further flexibility includes randomization, where I can select, okay, for all the questions within this, my vertical scroll section, do I want to randomize the order in which those questions appear for every single student? Or do I want to randomly pull X number of questions from that wider bank? So I can have it so that even though there are 5 there, every student's only going to see 2 of them, and they'll be different for each student. That configuration will be different. So that's all the different flexibility that is available when building out the test. Obviously, a lot more features available, but this is a lightning demo after all. So that's our question set that we've built up there. Now comes the delivery part. So let's move over to deliver. And the deliver module is the administrative heart of the platform. That's when you bring together the question set that you're delivering, which staff are going to be involved with the delivery of this, and obviously who are the candidates, the students yourselves, and when's the test taking place. So the first thing, we want to come up with a test name. I'm going BMC demo because I'm not that creative. And we're now going to link it to a question set that we have just created, which is that one there. So that's what the students will be given. And then we decide things like when will the test begin and when will it end and how long is it for. So even though I've set this up as a 15-minute test, the test window I've got is for 9.5 hours. And that just means that any student can log in at any point within that 9.5 hours and they will have 15 minutes to complete that test. There's also option here for additional text. And what that is just a little bit of text that the student will see just before they start the test. So that can be final instructions or, or any kind of guidance that you want to add. It's also here, as I said, you can add in who are going to be your invigilators, who are going to be your graders, and who are additional planners. That's this role, the setting up. And the good thing about the contributors is that you can add and remove people at any point within the test taker journey. You do not have to decide who all your graders are going to be at this stage. You can wait until the test has happened before you start adding graders. So there's that flexibility there. And also on this screen, we have loads and loads and loads of different options. Now, I'm not going to go through all of them because it would just be me reading off a screen for a while. But to give you a flavor of what there are things like security. Will you be offering a proctored solution within this version of the test? Exam day options, things like, do you want there to be an automatic spell check enabled with all of the ones that involved typing in answers? After test options, what happens when the student actually clicks submit? Do they get to see what they've submitted? Do they get to see the results of those automatically marked questions? Do you want them to see any of that feedback that may have been built into the questions? All of that can be controlled here, and it can be a different configuration each time you deliver the same question set. There's also grading workflow options. So things like, do you want your graders to be working in a double-blind marking situation or in a collaborative way? Should graders be able to see what each other is doing, or are they working independently of each other? All down to the workflow that you want to use. And then next along, we have design. So how will it appear to the student? Do you want them to have a navigation bar down the bottom? If you want to, we can hide that entirely. Do you want there to be the ability to go back to previously looked at questions or previously answered questions? You can disable that back button as well if you want, to ensure just one direction of travel. Lots of different options available there too. And that, like I said, could be different for each time that question set has been delivered. Once you're then ready, just need to set a scale if you're going to break down those marks into individual grades, be it A, B, C, D, E, or F, or numbered scores, a lot of different options. And then we confirm it, we activate the test, and it is now, I haven't actually allocated any candidates, but it would be ready to go. Just mindful of time. So I'm going to jump out and show you what that would look like now from the student's point of view. So taking off my staff member hat, and now I'm going to be a student. So I would log in with my username and password. And once I'm in, I can see the name of the test that has been set up, as well as the test window and how long it is going to go for. I click here to get ready, and there's that bit of introductory text that I just pasted in beforehand. And then once I click start, I'm ready to commence my test. And here I am as a student. There are those questions that I set up, and the vertical scroll, and the one with the stimulus. But just to walk you around the screen quite quickly, in the top left, it will show how much time is left on the test, and that will count down minute by minute until the final minute, when it will be counting down in seconds. So the students can always see how much time is left. And over here in the top right is the internet connection, because being online, you do need to be online when you start the test, but computer issues happen. So if at any point during the test, once you log in, the test is actually downloaded to the test taker's device, and it is stored locally. So if the internet were to go down, the test would continue. The timer would keep counting down, and they would still be able to do the test, and it would be saving. Then if the internet came back while they're still doing the test, it will resync with our servers, and the student won't know any different. If, however, the internet remains down for the duration of the test, even to the point that they submit and have completed, also fine. They'll just have the option to download an encrypted file, which they then send off to an invigilator who is able to marry that test up to that student, and it will be as if the internet didn't go down. So they just need to be online at the beginning. The rest can still carry on even if the internet does go down, because that's how technology likes to ruin our lives sometime. So before I go, I'll just show you what it looks like at the end. Once I actually quickly throw in some responses here. I'll put it in my car response. Once the student gets to the end of the test, they are presented with a breakdown of all the different questions. And if you have the option available, a little blue line there will show the questions that have been answered, and the blank ones will be those that have not been answered. They then click submit, and the test is off and on its way. And that is the end of my quick lightning demo.
Oh, Simon Harvey, brilliant. Thank you very much. It's just on time.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thanks for your time, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I hope everyone agrees with me. It's great to see the wonderful amount of facilities and functionalities within the systems available to us today. It's quite breathtaking when we think back to the progress of the last few years. And really appreciate Inspera's and all our supporters and sponsors' involvement in the conference today. So we are pretty much back on schedule. We haven't had the chance to take a break. I don't know whether, if I can just ask Brian whether we think we yes, we're going to go for a 5-minute break. I'll let you enjoy your 5-minute break. See you in 5 minutes, and speak to you soon. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all refreshed and sitting comfortably now as we enter the next part of the proceedings, where we have 3 presentations in this next session on usability and accessibility and improving test items. We'll hear third from the International Software Quality Institute. They'll be preceded by colleagues from Caveon Test Security. But first, I'd like to introduce our colleagues from Pearson. That's Sharon Staples, Caleb Newton, and Andrea Strahowski. My apologies if I've pronounced that incorrectly. I've tried my best. From Pearson, and I shall hand over to them as they look at the subject of end-to-end accessibility and inclusion in assessment. Am I right in saying that Caleb is speaking first?
Hi, Jeff. This is Sharon. Can you hear me?
Sharon, hi. Yes. Yes, indeed. Sharon Staples. I'll hand over to you, Sharon, to kick us off then.
Thank you so much. And I am fumbling at the moment. I'm just going to get everything set up on my side. If I can have just a quick second to do that.
Of course, no problems.
And my screen should be coming up any minute. Okay, I think we're ready to go here. Is everybody, if you can't see my screen, I'm gonna let you tell me.
Not at the moment, Sharon, we're just seeing your video, just the view.
Only my video, okay. Let's share screen, screen one, share.
Ah,
how about now?
That's it, we're in.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. So we are here from Pearson to talk to you about end-to-end accessibility and inclusion in assessment. And this is the team. I'm Sharon Staples, and you'll be hearing from everybody that you see here on the screen. What we're going to be talking about today is an end-to-end approach with some different advances that we've made, starting with the stage of creating content, moving into targeting forms and test delivery, and then we're going to conclude by talking about some advances in reporting. And the unifying theme that we have for you here is that we are working on making sure that all of the assessment is accessible, that all of the assessment promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so this is what we hope you'll be able to see as we go through the presentation. Because the reality is that diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice that we make every day. So we know that the world around us is diverse, but we have to make actionable steps to make sure that that diversity is represented. And we have to make actionable steps to make sure that we are consciously making an effort to be sure that everyone is included. So again, I'm going to be focused on the creating content side. And what I'm going to just kind of share with you here is why is this important? From a DEI perspective, if we think about students seeing themselves in the assessment, students who are able to see themselves represented are much more apt to be engaged in the assessment. They're much more apt to be able to be committed to doing well on the assessment. So we believe that student engagement is going to lead to enhanced interaction and success. There's also going to be a greater connection with the classroom, because the reality is that the classroom, teachers are focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so if we are considering that in our assessment, then students are going to be able to see a connection between what they have been doing and what the assessment is showing. And this, I think, is a theme that I've heard throughout a lot of the presentations, that we want to make sure that what students are doing in the classroom is connected to what they're doing with assessment. We're also more likely to get stakeholder support, and it's just simply the right thing to do. It is a challenge, though. because state standards are what guide us in the United States. Each state has standards that we align the test to. And those standards may or may not focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are bound by the contract and whatever the obligations of that contract restrict us to, such as what resources are available for us to use. So what I want to do is I want to give you some ideas for how we can overcome some of those challenges. Some of these ideas are going to be cross content areas. So if we just start with a very, very basic idea that when we are selecting our content writers, that if we make a concerted effort to reach out and to find diverse authors, people who are across a spectrum of ethnicity, across a spectrum of all of the different groups that we want to consider and represent, we want to make sure that when we're doing illustrations or when we're doing photographs, that we consider a variety of different groups to represent. When ELA passage writers or passage searchers are looking for passages, let's say that there's going to be a passage that is about India. Rather than talking about a Westerner traveling in India, find that diverse voice from someone from India. In math, when working on word problems, take a few minutes and Google names and put in the names of people from around the world to show diversity in the items. Science has a really fabulous opportunity to be anti-racist in some of their development because they can challenge ideas that genetics, for example, are the basis of race. And in social studies, we can always show agency. If we're thinking about the civil rights movement in the United States, rather than focusing on the laws that are associated with the civil rights movement, focus on the people who were responsible for that change, the everyday people who were responsible. So as my section draws to a close, I just want to share with you some of the examples from math, or an example from math. This is an item that uses the Thunderbird. The item itself is aligned to a Common Core grade 6 standard that's about using variables and writing expressions. But rather than just testing that ability, this is trying to draw students into the assessment by using the image of a Thunderbird, which is a common image across American Indian groups in the United States. We also have an example here from science that is equitable in a couple of different ways and brings in diversity in a couple of different ways, because we not only are focusing on an invention that helps blind people, we're talking about the inventor and the Turkish inventor who was himself blind. And to conclude, I just want to show you this social studies item, which is about Henry Aaron. And Henry Aaron was one of the greatest baseball players of all time. The standard that's being assessed here is about Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws were laws in the United States that legalized segregation, especially in the American South. And this item also was dual aligned to a standard about drawing conclusions. And what we have here is, rather than just focusing on the fact that Jim Crow laws were discriminatory, this expands into how the laws made people feel. It uses the actual experiences of Henry Aaron to focus on how Black people felt because of these laws. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Caleb.
Thanks, Sharon. My name is Caleb Nugent, and I'll be focusing on targeting forms that align assessment to instruction using the Transcend Interim Assessment Platform. Transcend is an interim assessment platform that allows districts to create an interim assessment aligned to their local scope and sequence. This gives districts the ability to make sure students are only being assessed on instruction that has been delivered. This is in contrast to a common practice of administering many summative assessments throughout the year, which do not take local instruction into account. That can result in uncertainty of whether a student missed a question because they failed to understand a concept or because they simply have not been instructed on it. Transcend's approach provides all students the opportunity to demonstrate their knowledge based on instruction they have received. The platform currently includes an item bank for grades 3 through 8 in ELA and math that are aligned to state standards. This includes a wide variety of technology-enhanced items. Transcend is a computer adaptive design, has interactive reports, and includes the Intelligent Test Blueprint. One of the biggest differentiators for Transcend is the Intelligent Test Blueprint, so we'll take a closer look at that. The Intelligent Test Blueprint is the tool that allows the district to create their local interims very quickly and easily. For each grade and subject, the district simply clicks on each standard that corresponds to instruction delivered prior to the interim assessment window. In this example, the district has selected standards 1 through 8 in the operations and algebraic thinking domain, standards 1 and 2 in the numbers and operations domain, and standards 5 through 8 in the measurement and data domain. In just a few clicks, the district has created an interim aligned to their local instruction. Now let's take a look at creating the second interim assessment. This image shows that the assessments are both iterative and cumulative. We can see that the standards that were assessed on interim 1 are still selected in light purple. That means those standards are eligible for retesting, which helps determine growth measures. The darker purple standards are the newly introduced standards the district selected to be based on this second interim. Again, this is based on their local instruction. And now we'll take a look at the third and final interim. This final interim should assess all standards that have been taught for the year. We see in this image that the standards from interims 1 and 2 are still selected in light purple since they are eligible for retest, and the newly introduced standards are in dark purple. In less than an hour, a district administrator can create interim assessments across all supported grades and subjects that will fairly assess students based on content they have been taught. And now I'll hand it over to Andrea to talk about test delivery.
Equitable access through assistive technology. Inequality in level of difficulties. Essays and short response item types, while enriched, can be challenging for students, including those with motor impairments, English language learners, or students with learning disabilities such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, and motor delays. It can be physically difficult or taxing for them to type. It can be difficult to find the right word or spell them, and slow their ability to express their thoughts or cause them to lose their train of thought. All these increase their frustration and lowers their confidence. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, we've heard from students themselves that it says they make them feel less intelligent. This all creates an inequality in testing experience. For students who depend on assistive technologies, this often means that tests are limited to simplified item types such as multiple choice, or they either use an unsecure computer with AT or dictate to a human scribes. In both cases, someone must transcribe their answer into secure software. And in the case of human scribe, they might not know all the words and how to spell them, and taking that time to explain all the things may detract the train of thoughts. Transcribing student responses is time-consuming and has a higher probability of inducing errors. When writing essays, these can cause students to spend much more time while writing shorter and less rich essays filled with errors. Equity and experience. Pearson partnered with Google and with AT vendors Don Johnson, co-writer, and Text Help Read and Write to support AT extension tools. Supporting the extensions inside the secure TestNav delivery application addresses security concerns. Speech-to-text and word prediction assistive technologies allow students to function more independently. They can complete longer writing assignments, use more complex words, and have fewer errors. They can be graded on their actual understanding rather than their technology capabilities. They can feel more empowered and intelligent. This is a screenshot inside TestNav where the students will select their extension. The co-writer extension allows students to load their own personal settings that they use at home in the classroom, so the tools match that inside the exam. The Read and Write extension loads a specific TestNav tool set. Now let's play a co-writer video. This is a demo of co-writer in TestNav. I apologize for the echo that you hear. That's an artifact of my recording, not co-writer itself. To use co-writer, select the icon. For word prediction, as I enter letters on the keyboard, co-writer suggests words based on the context. I can select them via the mouse or by entering the number beside it. This is especially useful for students with mobility impairment, where typing can be physically taxing.
This assists with typing. This assists with typing.
Co-writer reads my sentence back to me after I add punctuation. Let's try speech to text. As soon as I stop talking, co-writer will enter my words into the text field, period. About read and write. This is a demo of Read and Write. The toolbar matches with the student sees in the classroom. For word prediction, as I type, words are suggested and I select them using the mouse. Now let's use speech to text. As I talk, you can see my words at the bottom of the screen, period. When I pause, those words will be entered into the text field, period. Equity and inclusion. On the left side of the image, you can see that while all 3 children have the same size box, only the tall boy can really see over the fence. For equity, while the tall boy has no boxes, the girl has 2 boxes, and the child in the wheelchair has a ramp, and all 3 can see over the fence. Different experiences require different solutions. Providing access to AT extensions during secure online tests ensure that all students have fair and equitable access to rich and engaging assessments that go beyond multiple choice. Equity is the only acceptable goal, and Mike will discuss reporting in the assessment systems process.
Indeed, finally, reporting. I say finally because it's the last topic that we're covering in our end-to-end approach. Also because reporting is often the forgotten part of the assessment experience. We say it's fundamentally important. It's important because we've got a problem with reporting today, and that's that employing the same modalities, the same conventions that we've always taken to reporting to students and their families only serves to widen equity gaps. Traditional ISRs and other conventional forms of reporting that are easier to approach and access and understand by some families than others only make that gap between our educated and English-speaking families wider and our non-English speaking families that much wider. So what we've done is come up with a completely new way of approaching reporting and communicating assessment results to students and to their families, regardless of their background and regardless of their language spoken. We've come up with something called video reporting. This is something that the company I helped start and that was acquired by Pearson back in March. We came up with this for one specific reason, and that is to close that information and access gap so that all families can see, access, understand, and even act on their students' assessment data. We turn assessment data into personalized videos, each one unique to a student, each one speaking to a parent or caregiver in a native spoken voice actor's home language. We use clear and straightforward language to make sure that all of the terms and concepts are accessible to the full range of families. And we provide all of the viewers, all of the caregivers with targeted action steps, buttons that they can click that can take them to resources that are specific to their child's situation and their child's areas of needed focus. After the fact, we're going to share with you all slides that will include examples of these videos, and in fact, an entire YouTube channel devoted to these different sample reports, so you can see how we're using them to ensure access, comprehension, and actionability by a full range of students' families. We came up with this technology some years ago and immediately started hearing, that's cool. That seems like something that should be put to wide use, but we didn't necessarily know if the technology was fully effective. So we went out and we surveyed thousands of families and talked to hundreds of them, especially our non-English speaking families. We use non-English speaking families as our best proxy for families who also might not come from the US, might have lower levels of education, and often are from less affluent communities. What we found is that these non-English speaking families vastly prefer video reporting. In fact, in very large quantities, they say it's more appealing, more interesting, and more informative. But the findings go deeper than that. These families tell us that this video reporting, personalized videos that speak to them directly in their home language, help them understand how to help their child so that they can become stronger supporters of their children's learning. They also help them understand the whole purpose of an assessment. We've had families several times tell us, now I get why my kid takes this test. This is the first time that someone has ever spoken to me from my child's school or school district in my home language. What we found is that by literally speaking to every student's family member, one family at a time in their home language, in terms and concepts and images that they're likely to understand, we can not only inform them and engage them, but we can reach them at a deeper level so that they're able to really understand how best to support their child. Perhaps my favorite finding that has come out of all these surveys and focus groups, however, is something that's a bit more nuanced. I'm guessing that you all have the experience of watching some general information video. Maybe it's a school district or a state's video that says, here's how we test your kid. Here's how to read a score report. And my guess is that after watching that for about 30 seconds or a minute, you said, I get the point and I've had enough. That's what we've found when we have shown general information videos to parents. They just stop watching. They lose focus after within a minute. When we show parents or caregivers their own child's personalized video, which can last up to 8 minutes, especially in some languages that just take longer to communicate similar information, those parents tell us consistently it was about right. In surveys, 90% of parents and caregivers tell us, I thought that the duration of that video was just about right. It turns out that when it's about your child, you'll watch for as long as it takes. I liken this to looking at pictures of your own kids. You're much more interested in looking at pictures of your own kids than pictures of other kids. I know I'll look at pictures of my kids all day long. These videos are similar when we ensure that a parent understands that this is about their child and how they can support their child, and they're hearing their own language. They're going to watch for as long as the video lasts. So I get to wrap things up. We've taken you through our end-to-end approach. We've covered content creation, ensuring that test design is accessible to all kinds of learners, that test delivery is accessible regardless of where a learner is coming from or what characteristics they might exhibit. And I talked to you about a new form of reporting that helps us ensure that the results and the information coming out of an assessment are accessible, understandable, and actionable regardless of where a student comes from. There's another step that we're taking at Pearson, however, which is using the information that I talked about from reporting and communicating out to and with families and caregivers and feeding that back into this cycle. By listening to families and listening to students, we're able to inform the kind of content that we're creating, the kind of tests that we're delivering, how we deliver a test. All of this comes directly from the hundreds of conversations we have every year, the thousands of families we hear from online every year. This feedback loop ensures that we're always looking to improve and that we're always enhancing and expanding our approach to ensuring accessible delivery of assessment to diverse audiences. We do this because we feel that we need to for the students that we serve. And I'll just step back for a moment and speak as the newest member of this Pearson team and one of the newest members of the Pearson team globally. I mentioned that my company was acquired by Pearson not long ago. Pearson acquired Spotlight for the explicit reason of doing a better job of serving diverse families and students from diverse backgrounds. We were told this as we were discussing an acquisition, and I've seen it play out since becoming part of the company. You've heard about how we're doing this end to end. I see it every day in my work and have been just tremendously pleased by the approach that we're taking. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you ever so much, Mike. Thank you, everyone on the call. Sharon, Caleb, Andrea, Mike, really interesting. We won't be taking questions directly. I hope that's okay. But the chat room is there. Social media is there. I'm sure Sharon and Mike and the team will be absolutely delighted to speak to anybody and give more details. And I'll just say thank you to all for a really, really interesting set of presentations and really answering the question about end-to-end accessibility. Great to see the progress being made, which allows me to take a very quick breath and say that we'll now move on to our second presentation in the program this afternoon in this session, where I'd like to welcome Steve Adicott, and I believe Jim Lucari is joining Steve as well from Caveon Test Security. They're going to be talking to us about leveraging AIG and smart items to develop great and secure exams. I'm looking at the screen to see if they are there. And indeed, wow, Steve, there you are, ready to go. Without further ado, at all, if I may, I'll hand over to Steve and leave the baton in your very capable hands.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeff. And is Jim on? I'm hoping I'm joined by Jim Lucari, but let me share my screen.
Steve, this is Brian. We haven't seen Jim yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate, but let me get this going. And so I want to share my screen, share your, sorry. I'm going to make sure things are squared away here.
That's okay, Steve. Just let you know. It's now come through.
Okay. Say again.
Desktop is on the screen.
And all right. Hey, can you guys all hear me now?
Yeah, I think we can all hear you and we can see you.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. So greetings, everyone. Interesting to be hearing voices and seeing people on all sides of the planet. Very pleased to be here. I'm Steve Adicott today. There was a little bit of a mix-up. We're doing a session on innovative item design and performance elements in high-stakes remote proctored exams. I am very pleased, I hope, to be joined by Jim Licari. I'm Steve Adicott. I'm Chief Operating Officer at Caveon Test Security. Also, we've got information that's going to be presented by Kathy Murphy of Computer Data, Inc. What we want to cover are different things we're seeing in high stakes testing around preventing test fraud in terms of prevention. It's always been the case. Well, we want to talk about innovations in preventing test fraud. We want to talk about very secure designs, in particular, a performance test implemented by HPE, and then the experience for the candidates with that exam. So I've been with Caveon for 18 years, Caveon Test Security. Throughout most of my time here, we've been very squarely focused on detecting test fraud, which is very important. Identify when bad things have happened that might artificially inflate a score. However, of late, it's sort of an arms race with people that perpetrate test fraud. More and more, we are focused on how we can prevent bad things from occurring before they ever can. And so we look at this, and there are some very strong innovations in terms of test design, computer adaptive tests, linear on-the-fly tests that are much more secure than other kinds of test designs, static or just a couple of forms. One of the issues we see with CAT and LOFT is that they require very large item banks. Because there are large item banks, they are able to provide unique exam experiences. So if I am trying to steal test items and Jim is then hoping to study them and gain pre-knowledge and artificially inflate a score, it won't matter. One of the issues with CAT and LOFT is the size of the item banks they involve can be very expensive, very time consuming to create item banks that size. So we're seeing more and more programs leverage things like AIG, automated item generation, which can, in many situations, cost effectively, quickly allow one item model that's wrapped in technology to spawn tens or hundreds or even thousands of other items to populate your item bank. That's been very useful for things like rapid republishing of test forms. If there is some compromise, quickly refurbishing and republishing those forms because the item bank is sizable. It allows other kinds of innovative designs like having a test within a test, new items with old items. And if someone performs very well on items that have been published for a while, but then doesn't perform as well on items on same content that are new, that might raise a flag. We call that embedded verification tests. And some of the innovations we're seeing are at the item level, where discrete option multiple choice is sort of a next generation or a multiple choice item on steroids. Rather than presenting all the options at once, each option is presented individually, and the test taker has to affirm this is or is not the correct item. It minimizes exposure at the option level, makes it much harder for someone to gain advantage through pre-knowledge. Though Jim and I might be presented with the same item, our experience with the item is different enough that it inhibits pre-knowledge to inflate a score. And then another innovative exam type, which is really hard to achieve or has been traditionally because of the expense, is one and done. If I take a test, the test can, ideally, no one would ever see that test exam, truly one and done. So I take the test, Jim takes the test, our entire exam experience at the item level is unique, because with the use of a smart item, we call it, the items are dynamically and uniquely rendered at the point of test taking. So what this does is neutralize all the test security threats we as a company, we as an industry, have been challenged by for decades. Then there is yet another really important design, test design, and that's a performance test. It almost involves, who cares if someone knows what the question is, if it involves having to do work that reflects what the certification involves. And that's really what most of this presentation is about. HPE has an award-winning performance exam that I'm hoping Jim has arrived and is going to present about. If not, this will be a very quick presentation.
Steve, we have not seen Jim yet.
Really? You know, I'd be doing him a disservice to try to struggle through these. It is one of the most powerful exams I've ever seen, and it's actually being emulated by more and more IT certification programs. So I was not aware Jim was not able to make this, and so I'm not going to, we can just end this early, guys.
Steve, would do apologize to you and all that. He hasn't joined us today. We can take a sort of 5-10 minute break just in case he's trying to get in and has some.
Let's do that.
Difficulty.
And
we did have next presentation from the International Software Quality Institute lined up after yours. I'm not sure that Ronald
they're ready.
and Franziska are here or ready to go at all.
Yes, Jeff, they're ready. Let's go ahead and go to the next presentation.
If that's
Thanks,
okay
Steve.
with you, Steve, I think that's the best bet. We'll take this opportunity then to show just how fleet and fast on our feet we appear to be, but aren't really. So I'm going to now say a welcome to Ronald Huster and Franziska Mülling from the International Software Quality Institute. I can see that they're ready to go. So without further ado, flexibility in a time of change. That's what I like. And here's an example. Over to you, Franziska.
Yeah, Germany is calling. Good evening from our side. We have the early evening. So from your time, morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Steve, one word, don't worry for the technical issues. This is our daily business sometimes, yeah, you know. But nevertheless, let's start with our presentation. First of all, thank you for being here and part of the Beyond Multiple Choice 2021. It's the first time for us, unfortunately, and that's really a pity that we can't be on site and to meet and see you all there. It's online, and yeah, we are glad to be here, and we are very happy to receiving all these interesting inputs from you. And now we are happy to have the chance here to introduce our company, our clients' needs, and also our learnings from the last months of crisis to you, and the wishes maybe to all you, to Pearson, or greetings. I hope she's there. Shimon from Test Reach. Yeah, greetings from our side. So let's start with our presentation from ISUI from the perspective as a service provider, because we are an excellent provider, and we have more the view of all these end customers. So let's start with our presentation. First of all, my last sentence, then I hand it to my colleague friend. I'm Ronald Huster. I'm the CEO of the International Software Quality Institute. And this is Fran, my assistant, and she will hand over and start with the presentation.
Thank you. So let's see, and first try to find out who we are, who the ISQI is. As told before, this is the International Software Quality Institute we are working for, and we are a leading provider of certification examinations all over the world. We have offices here in Germany and as well in Netherlands and UK and in the USA as well. And with that, ISQI plays a significant role in certifying the know-how of IT professionals so that they are able to maximize their career goals and stay up to date and aligned with global standards. As an independent certifier, we do not create exams on our own, so the exam content, but we organize and conduct the examinations. And we are doing this globally. And just to give you a short overview and some facts and figures, we are providing certification examinations in over 110 countries of the world on 6 continents and in 10 different languages. With over 30,000 certifications per year, ISQI paves the way for successful career development, especially for IT professionals. And our certifications cover software testing, Scrum, Agile methods, usability, management, engineering, and some others. So within all those different topics, we have exams starting from foundation level and continuing with advanced and expert and specialist certifications. All in all, there are over 50 certifications we provide, and our examinees are able to choose any of 4 exam channels, which are paper-based exams that are pretty much loved here in Germany. And we do have SMAX exams, which means tablet or computer-based exams, but taking it in a classroom. We do have flex exams, which are remote proctored exams. And last but not least, we also provide examinations in test centers. We work in an extensive global network that consists of accredited training providers. We have licensing bodies that are our partners. We work together with big international companies with own IT department and own training center, with universities, educational institutions, and a lot more like IT specialist networks. So for them, we provide the highest standards in curriculum and assessments. But this also brings us a lot of requirements we need to fulfill, as we have that much partners, like the certification boards, as well as our collaboration partners. As I mentioned before, we have first of all, and of course, security standards we need to fulfill. So we have on the one hand certification exams that we deliver that are worldwide recognized, and that's why strongly confident. But on the other hand, of course, we have highest data privacy aspects for our examinees. And then second part, as we are quite international and we have a really international business, we have a lot of requirements, of course, concerning language, but not only delivering exams in different languages, but also providing systems that are able to talk in a lot of languages. So as I told you, 10 languages we have at least for our exams at the moment. And of course, the systems we are providing them in also need to speak those languages. And of course, with the internationality comes a 24/7 approach. We need to deliver our exams every day and every hour of every day, 365 days a year. And what is another requirement we need to fulfill is that we have like very flexible individuals taking their appointments on their own 24/7. And as well, we also need to deliver group exams that are appointed simultaneously. And then, of course, this means we really need a fully scalable system for all our channels for the different examinees we have. And last not least, of course, we have really a lot of different question types, including, for example, images, including audio data. We also have some exams that need like live website content for software testing. And with it, we of course also need easy assessment for a great variety of question types, from single choice to complex exams with free text. And at the end, of course, we also have a lot of different scoring types, from simple single choice, like 1 point for one correct answer, but also very complicated minus points, rules, and pretty strict defined assessment tables for special trained professional examiners. So these are our whole requirements. I hope I did that all right. But now I'm going to hand over again to Ronald, as he is going to tell you something about what the last months did with our business.
Thank you, Fran. Yeah, as you can see now in these few words, different requirements, a lot of requests and wishes from our customers, and this to bring an automated process, yeah, to make it easy for us, because the customer is king, you know, and we have to fulfill, and we try to do our best here for our customers. And in the past, we are thinking more in a B2B business. That means that we work together with training providers. They have their customers and they come then to us, and we try to do the best for the training providers and the training providers for their customers. But in the last years, it's becoming more and more to move and to switch to the B2C, that we going directly to the end customers. But first of all, one figure for you. In 2014, as you can see this sentence from our CEO, Stefan Görke, just a number, we had around about more than 500,000 paper sheets per year for our examination to deliver. Yeah. But nevertheless, in this year, our CEO and our company, because we try to be progressive here, modern, fresh thinking company, to see, no, the key is digitization, yeah, and to bring the best key is to do that for our customers is to bring it online exam. And although we delivered in the paper exam at this time, we started to find partners and companies to work with us and find a good solution. And it's a long way, and we are still not at the end, but we step by step we find ways how can we support in a good quality and in a safety aspect good solutions for our customers. But as you know, we are from Germany. You know, this is the land of poets and thinkers. So we are sometimes think things more than twice. So it needs a little bit of time, yeah, to talk with our partners in Germany, because it's our main market, to see, okay, let's do it in that way, more on the online based driven, not only the paper. And they asking, okay, but is it secure? Where are the servers? Are they hosted in Europe? Because we have the data storage and the data privacy, yeah, you know, this kind of stuff. And it's a little bit struggling with the partners to see, yeah, but let's try it, and we do it, and we go back to our partners and say, okay, can you do it for us? And they say, yeah, there's no problem. We will do it for us, for you, and we can prepare something that your customers are satisfied with the solution. And so we go year by year in a better way. And now we have only from this 500K, my first number, it's only 20% that we delivered paper-based. All the other exams per year, it's now online. With all these different things, different languages, the proctor has need some language skills, the safety aspect, that we have other partners, they say, is it safe? Can you ensure that the system is so good that there's no possibility for copying the question, the answers, and so on. But now we are in a way that we can do it. And what was it for Germany? It was the pandemic. By the end, it was. We saw that the pandemic bring us on the next level. That now the partners say, okay, what can we do now? There was no possibility to do trainings on site. And so they have to switch to online trainings, and the same was then also for the exams. So the pandemic pushed this way what we are want to do early years before, but now it's good to have this here. We have the online trainings, and we collaborate with different systems here, and what we saw is that also ISQI has to think, we have the online exams now and we can do better services, but at the end of our services was to think, okay, this is not B2B, now came the end customers directly to us, and we have to manage all these exams, not for the training providers and for the universities and so we have to manage the exams for the end customers, and it brings us a huge effort to handle it. So it was a very challenge for us to do it in the first months, to organize in the B2B thinking, like a session-based exam, classroom exam online, but to communicate not directly with the training provider, no, with the end customers, because they go directly to the system to be used for the online exams. So we have to think about what can we do, and we started to build up our services and talk with our partners, with the boards where have the IP rights for the questions and for the answers, and for the technical partners, so that we are built up now a good system where we are on that way that we say, okay, we can handle it with our customers now. We give a good support, a good communication to them how to use it, and we will cover it and support from the system, because most of the things are now in that way that a good explanation how to use it. We have handouts, we have videos, and so it's very good for the end customer to see. And I think we are here on a good way. Unfortunately for Germany, that this terrible pandemic was the reason that we now move forward. But sometimes, some people need a little bit more push here or something like that. My last slide here is, so we learned a lot of things. By the end, communication is the most important thing. And it's now my last slide is wishes to all you. Thanks for this presentation from Pearson, because this is one of our also most important thing to don't forget the barrier-free solutions for all the handicapped people. We had some things a few days ago where we can't deliver here a lot of things, but this is one we wish that we had some solutions for you. It's not so easy to bring us here the how do you call it? The egg-laying, woolly, milky pig to us, but who knows? Maybe we have the solutions, and you come to us, and we will support it, that we have all in one system. So thank you very much for our presentation. We are hopefully in time, and thank you for that we can present our work.
Danke schön, both of you. Thank you ever so much for that, and very, very, very interesting journey that you've been on, and it's been a terrible pandemic, but maybe there's a few silver linings inside all of the clouds, and we wish you well on the journey. I'm sure you won't object if I say that you'll be happy to take questions on the chat room or on the social media or on anything else, and there's your contact points as well. I see Steve is back. I don't know, Steve, if you want to just take a couple of minutes to say anything else, or
no, just availing ourselves if there are any questions on innovative test designs, secure test designs, and item types. Jim was unable to make today, unfortunately. Happens.
Yeah, that happens. It happens in the world, you know. As I said, I'm sure you'll be happy to take questions as well.
Certainly.
I'm looking at the screen. I think if you're okay with that, we'll move on to the next session of the program. Yep. So thank you, everyone in that session. The team from Pearson, Steve from Caveon, and Ronald and Franziska. What we're now going to take is we have as our lightning demo a pre-prepared video from Surpass, which I think we're almost in a position to run. We'll then take a break after that, give us all a chance to catch our breath to come back with session 3. But if I can ask Brian to run the demo video. Thank you, Brian.
Good day, wherever you are. I hope you're enjoying the conference. My name is John Dyte, and I'm the VP of Business Development for Surpass in the US. And for this year's Surpass Lightning Update, rather than giving you a standard product demo, I thought what we'd do is take a look at some amazing projects that our clients have been up to the past year. Some of them have been accelerated by global events, and others are just pushing the boundaries in really interesting ways that you have to see to believe. Now, to start things off, we're going to take a look at CPA in Canada. They were faced with a situation where testing centers were closed, as well as the exam halls that they typically use. And they just didn't feel that online proctoring was secure enough for their program. So they came up with some really interesting ways to deliver their tests anyway. And that's what we're going to look at here first.
Instead of using exam halls across the country to deliver the exam to 10,000 students, we would rent individual hotel rooms for all 10,000 students across the country. And so that's essentially what we did. And so back in September, we rented, as I said, 10,000 hotel rooms, roughly 200 hotels across the country in various exam locations. And really, the students loved it. So it went off without a hitch. The students each got their hotel room. They wrote in their own exams. We rented them all computers. We set them up for them. So we controlled the whole situation. And that was really important to us. And so from a student standpoint, they loved it. It's a 3-day exam. So the students would write a day, go home, write it, and come back the next day and write in the very same hotel room, go home, and then come back for day 3. And so that from the student's point of view worked really well. At the back end, administratively, it was a heck of a lot of work. So logistically, setting up 10,000 hotel rooms, and we also used live proctors within the hotel. So we had 2,000 proctors as well, which walked up and down the hallways. So the students would have to leave their door open to their hotel room as they wrote the exam, and the live proctors would walk up and down the hallway to make sure everything was cool. So went really well. We're considering running it again for our next set of exams, which is in May of this year. But that's what we ended up doing for the large scale in-person exam.
You really have to take your hat off to CPA Canada for the way they handled this situation in the pandemic. Really creative, and also just the commitment to pull that off. That was one of the most amazing stories I've seen all year. And we're going to stick with CPA Canada now for just one other little clip. And this is to do with them using task-based simulations to measure higher level accounting skills. And those simulations are done in Word and Excel with some really quite complex scoring going on there. Let's take a look at that.
But we use task-based, or our plan is to use task-based simulations up and down our exams. So right from our lowest level exam, our entry level exams, to replace some MCQ items, and we'll also use them to replace some cases on our higher level exams. And for me, I see five different advantages to using task-based simulations. The first one is marking consistency. So compared to cases which we need to bring humans in to mark, or constructive response items, at this point we need to bring humans in to mark. The consistency of marking is obviously, since the computer is doing everything, is much improved. Second thing is the real life simulations. So we believe task-based simulations are quite good at simulating real life, certainly compared to MCQs. They can create a scenario, and then we can ask different questions based on that scenario. And it really, when you get down to it, the look and the feel is quite real life. Third, we think we can get to higher order skills with our task-based simulations. So especially compared to MCQs, which typically are certainly test some application and some analysis in the better MCQs, but there are a lot of remembering as well skills. So if you think of Bloom's taxonomy, we think task-based simulations get to those higher level skills, application analysis, and even evaluation to some degree certainly better than MCQs, and perhaps they might sit in between MCQs and cases. And we use all those different item types. The costs, certainly the cost to create these TBSs, these task-based simulations, are higher than they would be for MCQs or for cases, but the behind the scenes, we don't need to pay humans to mark them. So we think in the end, it's actually going to cost us less to deliver these task-based simulations than it would to deliver other item types. And the last thing I'll say, and this is comes from because I love data, is from task-based simulations and the measurement opportunities, you're really getting statistics that look a lot like MCQs. Okay, so you're getting that binary type of analysis, and you can get your biserials, you can get your difficulties, all those different statistics are much more possible with task-based simulations, and those are difficult for us to get with our case-based questions. So that's kind of the 5 advantages I see to task-based simulations.
I really like task-based simulations because they're so much more true to life. In this case, simulating what an accountant actually does on a daily basis. They're a little trickier to write than typical multiple choice, but I think it's worth the effort. So next, we're going to go south. We're going to go to visit an organization called CXC in the Caribbean. And what they were doing was transitioning all of their paper and pencil exams delivered all over the Caribbean islands to a computer-based system using Surpass. But one of the problems they had was trying to replicate all of the rich items that they'd been using in those paper exams. So we worked with them and have come up with a new framework, basically a custom item type framework that has allowed them to replicate those items. And we're going to hear what James Young has to say about that.
In meeting with our subject matter experts, we have discussed issues of losing the ability to assess critical skills, the skills that they believe must be maintained when moving from paper to electronic examinations. Particular interest is that of math and science-based subjects, whereby the ability for candidates to draw graphs, charts, or diagrams as part of their responses is deemed critical in the assessment. In moving towards a digital exam delivery model, we needed to give careful consideration to how we would address this type of question or candidate interaction. Fundamentally, it is still a core part of the syllabus for candidates to be able to select the right graph types, plot points, or represent tabular data accurately, and to apply more complex mathematical functions like transformations. However, allowing candidates to carry out these sort of tasks using a mouse and keyboard introduces all sorts of technical and usability challenges, which can result in learner bias based on their technical proficiency. So how do we solve this problem? Decision was to maintain the paper-based approach as closely as possible, given the advice of our subject matter experts, and focus on creating the most intuitive user experience possible for children from a non-technical background while designing this new inbuilt custom question type.
If you're interested in the custom item type, do let us know, as that's now available to all Surpass clients. We're going back now to the USA for a project that's actually called the Showdown, and it's the brainchild of Penske Automotive Group. And what they wanted to do was really improve the skills of their technicians across their massive network in the USA and run a contest that awarded the best of the best. You're going to love this.
We have technicians who work at our consumer locations all over the continent, and some are even in the middle of the Pacific. We wanted to give them an opportunity to be tested in both hands-on events and in their ability to research. That's the Showdown. We contacted BTL in the spring of 2020 because in order to make the Showdown happen as we needed it to, our company has what might be a unique set of needs. Remember how I told you about all those locations across the United States and Canada and Hawaii? Well, those technicians can't leave their work to travel, not too far anyway. So we needed to be able to test there. We taught our 32 technical trainers how to invigilate. Then we mobilized them into 32 individual traveling test centers. And we coordinated them to conduct the tests at our locations on specific prearranged days to the technicians who'd registered during their shifts during the 3 weeks of our first round of competition. So many moving pieces. Surpass, of course, was keeping an eye on proceedings, as was I back at my desk. With our team of invigilators moving about the continent and us expecting to see certain results populate in Surpass at certain times, it was not unlike setting into play the many rotating cogs in a mechanical watch. Now, in case you're not 100% clear on what I'm saying, and that is understandable, what I mean is our invigilators went about their regions of the country and brought the test with them on laptops during the 3 weeks of the opening round of our competition. Please consider this. We were in unfamiliar testing locations daily, many times at once throughout the country. There became a chance that, because of our corporate firewall or other local bandwidth issues, a connectivity issue could arise. We simply couldn't risk that. And I'm sure there are many who can guess how we did it. We had our invigilators pre-download all of the tests they would need onto Secure Client. Yes, weeks before the first round, we mailed them the list of their respective key codes and had them manually download each test onto each of their 4 machines before they set out on their road trips. It's understandable that some of you might be asking why we did it that way. Out of respect for everyone's time and attention, this is as deep as I'm going to get on it right now. 2 reasons. We wanted the candidates to be able to sit at any one of the 4 testing laptops in the testing room. If we'd done assigned machines, we would have found ourselves with a mismatch or a scheduling problem at some point or another. We basically built a redundancy 3 times over. Secondly, our invigilators aren't full-time proctors. They're technical trainers. We taught them how to use Surpass remotely as we prepared for the Showdown. We could have shown them how to use the bulk download feature, but that would open the door to them accidentally, possibly downloading one of their fellow invigilators' tests. And that would cause confusion, so we kept it simple. We kept everything manual. That's how we conducted our mobile test centers. But lastly, and perhaps most different, we were using Surpass to make a contest. And a contest has to have distinct placings. In other words, we needed to avoid ties. Here's how we did it. We wrote many of our questions around the Surpass items that allowed for partial credit, such as multiple response, extended matching, drag and drop. Then we assigned point values that were incongruent with the number of correct answers. For example, a three-part matching question might be worth 4 points. So the moment the candidate begins the test and begins to get partial credit, we'll be getting into decimal scores. We set up Surpass to read those decimals, and that's how we avoided our ties.
And finally, a story for the medical organizations that are attending the conference this year. This one involves how to conduct OSCE exams during a pandemic. And for those of you that don't know what an OSCE exam is, it's an objective, structured clinical examination. Another way of putting it is a practical test. And try not to look at the masks too much in here, or you may not sleep well tonight.
So Dylan, we have some images which we can support you with here, but could you tell our viewers a little bit about what you've done with your OSCEs?
Yeah, so we never considered for a moment to be able to try and deliver the OSCEs virtually online. That just was not going to work for us. So we basically had to pause our OSCE exams for a few months, like our written exams, and find a way to re-deliver them in this pandemic environment, because our OSCEs rely on using real-life patients. Now, these images that you're seeing here for our refraction certificate examination, usually in that chair would be sat a real-life patient for which the trainee would come and measure the refraction in their eyes, which is the task that they need to do for the examination. Now, because of the pandemic, we could not use real-life patients, so we had to come up with an alternative, which was this, which we nicknamed Jason from Friday the 13th. It's slightly scary, but they work really well. So behind that mask are two model eyes, retinoscopy simulators. The candidates will peer through those eye sockets with their retinoscopes, as they would if there was a real-life patient there peering into a patient's eyes, and they will measure the refractions that have been preset in those model eyes and then input them into the iPad for the exam. We've been running the exam in this format since last December, and it's running very, very well as an alternative to using real-life patients for our OSCEs.
Hasn't it been an interesting year with all of the changes that have had to happen in such a short period of time in response to the pandemic? If there's really any silver lining to all of this, it's just how incredibly fast this industry has been able to move, an industry which has traditionally been really, really slow. So as a closing thought, I just want to thank our clients for sharing their stories with us and let them know that it's been our pleasure to help them with their projects this year. If you'd like to learn more about any of these projects or have a challenge of your own you'd like to discuss, please give us a call or go to surpass.com and check out the Surpass community, where you can watch the full sessions from the clips you've just seen. Plus, there are many more customer stories on the site for you to explore. Thanks for your time and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you, John and the team from Surpass. Really interesting examples of what can be and what has had to be done in the world out there. I know John's here today, so I'll just say thank you to him in particular. He's happy to answer any questions following on from that in the chat. And we are pretty much back on schedule now. We're going to take a short break, just sort of 10 minutes or so. So a restart at 2:30 Eastern. That'll be 6:30 UK time. And I think I'm right in saying that will be 7:30 in Germany. So I'll let everybody go off and have a break, and see you all again in about 10 minutes for our final session today, which looks forward to being a really interesting and fascinating session. So see you all in 10 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. The clock tells me that it's 2:30 Eastern. It's 6:30 here in London. And we're ready to restart today's Beyond Multiple Choice Conference Day 2 with our final session of the day, sponsored by our friends at Vreta. Much appreciated for their support, as we appreciate the support of all of the sponsors and supporters of the organisation. So it just leaves me to introduce Anand Karat, CEO of Vreta. Anand's tells me on his LinkedIn profile, and you know, LinkedIn is a wonderful tool for those of us in the conference business, that he's an engineer, an entrepreneur, and someone who's spent 20 years contributing to transformation of organizational processes through innovation in technology, and a welcome supporter and regular at our conferences. It also tells me on his LinkedIn process that he's a recreational violinist, which I suspect he probably shares with Sherlock Holmes, had Sherlock Holmes had a LinkedIn profile. But with that thought, I shall leave you in his very capable hands to introduce his 3 presentations in the final session today. And I shall be back at the end to wish you all a good night. So, Anand, over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Just going to check to see if my volumes are working well here. So, Jeff, this is our second consecutive virtual conference with BMC. And I don't want to say I'm getting used to it, but I certainly miss seeing you folks in person. Now, I'm from Vreta. Vreta is an assessment and learning company. And we've had the opportunity to work with ministries of education, academic institutions, examination bodies, training institutions that are forerunners in the implementation of large-scale assessments that not only measure the success of students, but also strengthen it through the use of formative assessments. Now, yesterday's and today's sessions have clearly brought to light the technology evolution that's been taking place in the assessment space during this pandemic. And it was great to listen to quite a few sessions on new best practices being followed in designing assessments, the importance of data, especially in a virtual world, making assessments more usable and accessible for every student, and advancing assessments in higher education. Now, assessment systems have been evolving, with the ability of technology solutions to be able to support going beyond multiple choice to measure and strengthen skills of students. But today, as a grand finale of presentations for the evening, I'm happy to be hosting the session on implementing better systems. Now, we have 3 mini presentations. The first one is a 20-minute presentation by David Haggie from GradeMaker on getting authoring right, how to innovate for meaningful improvement. Our second presentation is by Okan Bulut and Seyma Yildirim-Erbasli from the University of Alberta. And their presentation is on real-time assessment and feedback for real-time learning. And our third presentation, quite an interesting one, is another one for about 15 minutes by Andrew Carlsson from the International Association of Bookkeepers. And Andrew is going to share with us lessons that he's learned by implementing or moving assessments to an online environment in South Africa. Now, during the session, feel free to post your questions as the presenters are taking you through their experiences. And I'll bring this up at the end during a Q&A session for each presenter to be able to answer your questions. So moving to our first presentation, getting authoring right, how to innovate for meaningful improvement. David Haggie is the founder and managing director of GradeMaker, a UK-based assessment business offering enterprise-scale exam authoring technology. Now, David has worked widely in education, leading the establishment of RM's assessment business. David's also had senior roles at Nelson Thomas and Granada Learning, following a career making programs with the BBC. David? If you're there, I'm going to pass this on to you, and I wish you all the very best.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. So thank you so much, Anand. It's great to be here, and I'm going to be looking at the authoring component of hang on. Anand, you're seeing and hearing me, I hope.
Oh yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
And I can see your screen too.
Great, wonderful, thanks. So I'm going to be looking at authoring as a real key to innovating for meaningful improvement. I'm David Haggie, I'm Managing Director of GradeMaker, and our business works around the world with some large assessment bodies, providing enterprise scale authoring solutions for examinations and tests. Now, when we think about innovation in assessment, very often, quality is the great elephant in the room. You can't do anything unless your tests are valid and reliable. And this is often seen as the big challenge. Things like the bias may be involved in tests, command words, are the words super clear so students don't get confused. The complexity of images, which itself can radically change the difficulty of a test. Lexical difficulty. We came across some tests in Southern Africa where the English version had half as many words as the Zulu version. That completely changed the challenge of delivering the assessment. Predictability, accessibility, and very much much assessment thinking is thinking if we can kind of get these things right, we can innovate, we can kind of do what we want. We're sort of unleashed to innovate as much as we want. But my contention is actually there's another problem which hinders innovation, and that is the operational challenge of actually running an assessment development organization. Test development is very, very hard. Many organizations and many people listening will develop multiple assessments. We've got one customer who has hundreds, and in some cases 1,000 different tests they need to write each year. These come across multiple subjects, so there are hundreds or thousands of people who can be involved, sometimes only contributing for a few days a year, but they're key people on particular subjects. Tests are developed through multiple steps. It may take several review cycles and revision cycles to get a test to be valid and reliable. So just think of the maths. Multiplying complexity means that there may be hundreds of products going through dozens of steps with many, many players. It's a hard environment to work in. And then, of course, the publishing side is tricky. The assessments may need to be delivered for people who have particular needs, and so modified versions are required. They may be played out on print. They may be delivered on one of several different on-screen test delivery systems. It's a very rich and complex environment into which to play out tests, where any error could actually affect a candidate's chances. And of course, all this has to be done in the dark. Security restrictions and access control are a very high bar, because if something leaks, an organization may be thrown into shame in the country they're operating in. So these processes have been carried out with really very weak technology support in many cases. And I think it's reasonable to sort of conceive of assessment publishing as one of the hardest jobs in publishing. It's difficult to do. And I think the difficulty involved in actually carrying out these processes is a huge barrier to innovation. The effect is that however much we want to do new things and innovate our services, innovation gets slowed down because it's just hard to roll out across these complex, secure, fragmented workflows that we have to operate to produce a high quality test. So, what sort of things do I believe are being actually held back by these practical constraints? And I think it's a long list, and I'd be interested if people wanted to, in the chat, to suggest other areas that you may feel are being also held back. But my list would start off with, the obvious one is new types of assessment. Developing adaptive tests or better contextual tests is hard when it's hard to actually implement those changes. But the list is actually, I think, longer than that. here over in the UK, there's a real pressure to reduce the number of eyeballs on any particular test. And the author of an item mustn't know what's in the final test. Well, that's driving a huge operational change across all of our K-12 school exam boards. It's difficult to implement. Disruption proofing. Some of our customers have found that during the COVID crisis, they've had to re-engineer their assessments, change the content structure, change the optionality between different questions at quite short notice. And again, in those kind of clunky, complex environments where you've got so many players and complex workflows and many, many subjects, that's been very, very difficult to do. More frequent testing. Now, more frequent testing can mean you can offer tests when the centres are ready to take them. But again, implementing, speeding up the frequency of assessment is difficult without good process support. And actually that ties to another concern some of our, if you like, more commercial customers talk about, which is they want to develop tests more quickly. If it might take 18 months, what about getting below 12 months? 6 months, we've had one go from 6 months to 1 month. So speeding up can mean that you can get products to market more quickly. That's a really key innovation for a business, and it's difficult to do. Broadening the service offering, again, a theme we kept coming across is you want to attach more metadata to your assessment so you can provide much richer feedback to schools. Well, again, and your university students. Well, again, that requires a whole machine behind it to generate that data in a way you can easily consume. So without the system, it's actually hard to do. Better ROI per item. Well, item reuse is another very widespread theme. Can we make more use of our IP? And that obviously relies upon having the ability to manage and control reuse, to track where content's been exposed to different sorts of students, and to do that really efficiently. Because if it's not efficient, it's probably not going to happen. And the final one I put on the list is actually a more strategic one. COVID, I think, has had a real impact on people's awareness that they might need to do something different in the future. That may be simply switching to some more on-screen testing. It may be developing new products. But doing something new has become a real sharp-end requirement for many of our customers. And that's difficult, again, in a sort of traditional world where the systems just aren't really there for a flexible sort of digital way of working. I think the fact is that theme of this conference is, technology is really catching up. And there's been a digital revolution across a huge amount of the publishing space, news publishing, books, reusable content. Well, I think assessment can now really join the revolution. And better technology in assessment can really lower the barrier to innovation, across the awarding body services. So I think this is a really key point for me, which is innovation's been held back by clunky publishing processes, really tough job to do. Things are now changing. Now, the reason why they're changing, I think we can kind of see around us, and there's been some great big revolutions in the technology world, which are really now benefiting our industry. Obviously, one of them is cloud. That's now endemic. It means it's much easier to run services for this distributed network of contributors who may be anywhere in the world working at different times and collaborating. That's made a huge difference. UX, so we're all free riding, if you like, on a tremendous revolution in usability, which has been driven by the consumer-facing software industry. And that's now really surfacing in specialist niche assessment products. That means those ordinary people who might only be involved in working for you for 2 days a year to perhaps review some physics items, they can kind of come into a system and find they've got usability syntax, if you like, that they're familiar with. And so they can actually just get on with the job without an exceptional amount of training. Third for me is workflow. So the ability to run workflows and to do all that processing has gone up exponentially. And that's obviously a key part of the assessment development process. And finally, integration. So, the jigsaw puzzle, yes, you really can link systems together, So it's easier to drop in a new system for a key process. And that really wasn't the case not so long ago. And of course, you have to align this with, there's a wave of investment and innovation going on in our industry at the moment. And that really is making a massive difference, I think. So those problems I talked about at the beginning, I think are genuinely being addressed. So you might think, great, it's just about technology, get the right technology, off we go. But I think it's not quite as simple as that, because to have success, we need to focus on something more than just the IT. So what are the criteria that it's worth considering in terms of trying to actually implement this kind of digital revolution in content development? So usability is key. You know, our users are ordinary people. They're often educators. They're not doing this all day long. They need to find systems that they can easily work with. Secondly, I've got to use the word richness. Now, all that stuff we talked about at the beginning, those quality criteria, they need to do pre-testing. Perhaps I'm using the IRT model. I need to be concerned about version control. I do need to have several review cycles and to be able to see what changes were made in earlier parts of the development process. These aren't going away. So without genuine richness, I don't think the revolution happens. So in looking for tech, I think richness is a non-negotiable. Modularity. So for me, this is a strategic requirement for long-term innovation, because there's revolutions going on in authoring, proctoring, test delivery, marking, data analytics. Well, let's make sure that our architecture allows us to drop in the best solution for each stage in the journey. Otherwise, you swap old world, kind of clunky, making it up, you can't really do new stuff, to new world, single supplier prison. So you can't actually adapt and use the best solutions as they become available. Now that's obviously made possible by standards, and thankfully the standards groups, IMS in particular, are really making it possible to share content between systems. I think standards-based is key if you want to actually be able to innovate. And I guess this is almost a benefit, but it's a good criterion. Are your systems publishing agnostic? Now, what do I mean by that? To be able to innovate, we shouldn't be thinking that there's only one way to the sea, if you like. The assessment content over coming years might be surfacing print form. It might be going through a high stakes player for a particular group of candidates. It might be in a learning management system for in another context. And those output formats are going to change regularly. So publishing agnostic is key. Our content shouldn't be locked into one way of getting to candidates. In a sense, that's all about flexibility. One of the large UK K-12 exam boards we work with said, well, flexibility captures what they need more than anything else, because they know they're having to do new things. So, can your new tech let you do new things when they become necessary? And all of that, of course, doesn't work unless you can still be valid and reliable in your assessment development. So that's a non-negotiable. But it's not all we need to be doing. We need to be thinking about these other criteria to ensure that this digital revolution really does deliver the liberating effect that I think a lot of organizations are really looking for. So how do you take the next step? How do you actually move into choosing the right systems and actually making a change where there are a lot of kind of criteria, it looks quite technical. What should be really driving decision making in order to liberate the assessment organization to be able to become a real innovator? So our view is actually coming back to thinking about the assessment body, really as a business, and to really take a deep dive and look at your operations and think of yourselves as a publishing organization that's running these kind of complex publishing processes and needs to really kind of think hard about what's working and what isn't. So it's about looking for your goals. what kind of things does your organization want to achieve? I've suggested a bunch of things, flexibility, output agnostic, modularity. Well, really think hard about what your goals are and the kind of things that you're going to need to do in your market for your candidates and the centers and schools and organizations that you serve. Then to look at your systems, I've said, I think it's true, we've worked with a lot of assessment bodies, and I know a lot of old systems really were inhibiting change. But do your systems allow you to change and adapt and to do the new things that that you need to do to deliver those goals? And therefore, you can work out what changes are essential for success. And if anyone's interested, there's an email here for just to jot down if you want to get a checklist as to the kind of questions you might well ask to see how flexible and how, if you like, innovation ready your technologies are. So it's thinking not so much about the tech, it's not thinking about the supplier, it's thinking about the organization's strategy, the organization's capacity for doing new things, and then to really use that as a kind of guide for taking advantage of this fantastic technical revolution that's finally hitting the assessment business the way it's already hit a lot of other publishing areas. So, where I think you end up is on this journey is mapping out your needs as a really key next step. Quality is going to remain at the heart, unless the test is valid and reliable and delivers a meaningful measurement for students and for their teachers, it's not worth doing. So that has to sit at the center. But then think about your processes, your efficiency, the way you work. Can you innovate and do new things? Does your authoring technology platform let you develop this kind of flexible way of working that's going to give you more opportunities to provide new products and services? Security, another massive non-negotiable. So check that your security needs are met right down to the level of the way individual users can access content within your system. Can they only see what they have to see? Is it as tight as you can make it? Because again, we all know organizations where if there's a leak, it can be catastrophic for the reputation and credibility of the assessment provider. And then with that in mind, then you can think about your publishing and service innovation. So to create the platform that lets you as an organization innovate at that kind of ground up digital strategic level so that you can produce new tests, more frequent tests, that you can innovate in the way in which you serve your centers by new service offerings. So it's the fountain, it's the source, if you like, that enables all those innovations on the surface to happen, is to get your digital publishing solution correctly established at the core. So with this mapping of needs, this audit, we believe it should really give you, goals and also criteria, which then would allow you to start trialing new ways of working. What needs to be true for the new system that you trial in order that you can be sure that when you adopt it, it's actually going to deliver the future that you're looking for. So a kind of criteria-driven trial that's arisen out of thinking hard about innovation, processes, security, and quality, then I think allows organizations to really take advantage of this enormous change that's, if you like, finally hitting assessment as assessment moves from an old world way of operating to be a real digital, flexible, smart publishing environment in which content can be reused and managed and adapted in a much more lighthearted and flexible way. So thank you all so much. I hope you found that interesting. I would be delighted to, make contact with people, talk further, answer questions, or just get involved in the discussion. And I look forward to hearing what our colleagues are going to say in further talks today. And thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, David. I'm back on. David, that was great. Definitely, absolutely. The audit is the first step in trying to see how you can develop and implement a pretty robust authoring system to start with, leading to the evolution of the entire assessment platform. Certainly aligned with today's presentation on implementing better systems. Thanks for taking the time for that. Okay, so moving on to the next presentation. The next one's by Okan and Seyma. And Okan and Seyma are going to be talking to us about real-time assessment and feedback for real-time learning. Okan is an associate professor in the Measurement, Evaluation, and Data Science program at the University of Alberta, right here in Canada. He's also a researcher at the Center for Research and Applied Measurement and Evaluation at the university. His research areas include digital assessments, educational data mining, and artificial intelligence applications in education. Seyma, also from the University of Alberta, is a doctoral student in measurement, evaluation, and the data science program. Her research focuses on psychometric issues in digital assessments and educational data mining. Okan and Seyma, if you're right here, you've got 15 minutes. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Anand. So I will share my screen and just make sure that everything is good to go. So I hope you can see it.
Almost there. Yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you for giving us this chance to talk about our research project. So today we will be giving you a different form of assessment. So we will just discuss a little bit of where we are with the assessment world and what we are working on and how we can deal with certain issues with the current digital assessment. So that's why we just use the title of real-time assessment and feedback for real-time learning, although most assessments can be used for providing real-time feedback, but we will just highlight what differentiates those assessments from the assessments that actually we are just using. All right, Anand just gave us a quick introduction about who we are. And like you said, I'm an associate professor at the University of Alberta, and Seyma is a graduate student in our program. She's a doctoral student. And basically today I will be presenting the half of the presentation. And in the second part, I will be turning the table back to Seyma, and she will take over. She will give you a little bit more details about how the assessment format that we are describing, it is called conversation-based assessments. And she will explain how it really works. And she will also give you an example of a real example of that system that we are using at the University of Alberta at this point. All right, so I would like to begin our presentation with a brief evolution of assessments. So the earlier form of assessments was pretty much like personal interaction. So you were just asking questions and getting responses, more maybe formal or less formal, but either way, so there was a person standing in front of you or just sitting in front of you asking you a bunch of questions, or you were just performing certain tasks so to demonstrate what you know, what you are capable of. Eventually, people just started shifting from those type of assessments back to written assessments. So we started writing things down, like essays or short answer questions, or you are literally just typing your answers to a bunch of questions on an exam. But then we just realized that, hey, this is not necessarily super efficient. So people are writing things down. It is a paper and pencil assessment. It is not necessarily very fast. So let's just switch to digital assessments. And especially with the different forms of question types, like multiple choice items, more like technology enhanced items and things like that. Digital assessments allowed us to just create a more authentic assessment format where people can just literally sit down, take the assessments anytime, wherever they want. So they can either just pick some of those response options if it's a multiple choice test, or they can take their keyboard and literally just type their answers using their own words, or they can even just interact with some of those items that require some simulation, some interactive components embedded in the questions. So they can literally just, for example, like run a chemistry experiment or biology experiment in front of you and then just get the results, use the data to answer a bunch of questions. So that's all good. So the evolution was a little bit around the efficiency. So that brings us to the point that now we are really good at creating efficient assessments. So we are really good at testing many people all at once. We are able to just provide 15, 20, 30, 60 items all together especially if you are using multiple choice type of items, we can score them really quickly, literally. So as soon as you finish the exam, all the scores are done. And if we are using some kind of automated scoring system, we could possibly ask students to type their responses. And as soon as their exam is over, we can run the system in the background along with some human raters. So all the scoring can be done as quickly and as objectively as possible. However, this comes at a price. So as we just shifted from this like face-to-face in-person assessments all the way to digital assessments, we just made the assessments less and less interactive. In other words, now the learner and the instructor, or wherever they are getting the information from, they are kind of disjointed. So we are not able to see people sitting down with a person or instructor or teacher and having a face-to-face interaction or like a conversation anymore. So like I said, this is kind of like a problem. Why? Because especially in low stakes testing, where there are no personal consequences or benefits for learners, students or learners, examinees may not be as motivated as they would be in a summative, a large scale assessment situation where there are important consequences like getting an award or entering to a college program or getting accepted into a graduate program or things like that, or winning a scholarship. But in low stakes testing, especially in K-12 and as well as in higher education, sometimes we just use assessments just to help students learn things better. So in those type of assessments, we really hope that they put their best effort and interact with the assessment. But since we are excluding ourselves from the assessment environment, that interaction is typically just missing, and that causes some motivation issues in the exams. So can we really fix that issue? Yes, we can. So there are some ways to embed some kind of learner and instructor interactions into digital assessments. So how can we do that? So we can just create some online learning environments. So that typically works in those like massive online courses or shortly MOOCs. In that case, an instructor could be just potentially interacting with a bunch of students. So, and in that case, it is possible that the instructor can become online and answer some questions, give some feedback based on the discussions going on in the classroom environment. However, as the classroom size gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and if you have lots of learners from different parts of the world, so that's not going to be possible anymore, because you cannot expect the instructor to sit down in front of the computer and interact with every single student or learner. So more advanced systems such as intelligent tutoring systems allow us to just eliminate that issue, because we can literally just create a complex adaptive system where learners can just log in and use the content materials to learn at their own pace. So they can just go at a certain speed, and as they are interacting with the learning materials, so the system can direct them to more engaging things or a little bit more customized learning materials. So the learning becomes more and more personalized using intelligent tutoring systems. However, these are also complex systems, like I said earlier. So because it's not easy to just sit down and then create an intelligent tutoring system, it takes a lot of time and effort to just create the content, decide how the content can be personalized depending on how people are engaging with the system and things like that. So it is a little bit time consuming in that sense, although it's an advanced system. If your goal is to create an assessment, not necessarily a learning management system around it, so then in that case, we could incorporate artificial intelligence or AI into our assessment processes. So in that case, there are lots of ways to do that, but the one that we will talk about today will involve natural language processing, which is a form of artificial intelligence that allows us to kind of understand and process human language using computers. So we can just create literally just chatbots or other interactive systems that would allow us to create or mimic the interaction between a learner and an assessor or a teacher in that case. So we are using chatbots everywhere. So you are logging in a website. Sometimes there's a section that pops up. It says, can I help you? So you can answer a few questions or ask a few questions about whatever you are just asking on that website. So now we are incorporating that idea back to education just to create a new form of assessment, which we call conversation-based assessments in that case. So how can we just create a realistic conversation between a learner and the instructor, or let's say a teacher? So it could be a rule-based system. So literally you could just enter all those potential questions that students could ask you or learners could ask you, and potential answers that you could just give them. So if you have some answers or previous dialogues between you and the students, if you have some pre-existing conversations, you can definitely use those conversations to build up a system that will literally just guide students through multiple questions they're answering. They are using their own words as they are answering questions. Or there are more advanced systems. So because the rule-based system, like I described, so it is a little bit tedious because you have to enter everything manually. You have to consider all possible questions that you may get from the learners. So instead of using that type of system, we could possibly use some kind of training data. Right now, there are lots of language models out there, like Google's Burgess system or OpenAI's GPT-2 or GPT-3. Facebook has a system called like Roberta, and things like that. They are called like language transformers. So these models potentially could be used to train the system to develop a chatbot eventually that will help students. However, these are kind of like generic language models, so we still have to just get in and then just customize them a little bit. So it is also not necessarily super easy. So, or we can just combine the two. We can just insert our own interactions or own sentences into the system, still using a training data from one of those advanced systems that exist out there. And we can create a hybrid conversation system that would mimic a real teacher or real instructor in that case. So here's an example. So this system is called a QuizBot. So in that case, you are just seeing how the chat box is really interacting with the student. So the chatbot is asking a few questions. Student can just either answer the questions by typing the answers, or sometimes the chatbot is just providing some quick replies. So you can just choose one of them. And if you are just good, you can just move. And if you want more feedback, you can just choose Y, or I want feedback type of buttons. And the system will just trigger the feedback that you inserted earlier and share that feedback with the learners. So either you are providing an incorrect response option or a correct response option, you are still getting some feedback. So that is kind of like an ongoing conversation, as if you are just chatting with your instructor. So somebody is tutoring you, but that person is not necessarily a real teacher at this point. So you are literally having a conversation, almost like a normal human conversation with a system, and the system really helps you understand the content by giving you feedback after each of your responses. And obviously, you can also incorporate some of those encouraging statements, some praising and things like that, just to motivate the learners as much as you can. So that's the essence of this type of system, just to motivate people or learners as much as possible as they are interacting with the system. So it kind of combines the assessment with communication. So we are just communicating with the learner, but we are also assessing them at the same time. So they do not even consider this type of assessment as a real assessment. So they are literally having a casual conversation with the system as they are also learning from the system based on their responses. So some benefits of this system. So there are many actually, but I only wanted to give you some ideas over here. So obviously, we are just developing interactive conversations that we wouldn't normally have in a typical digital assessment scenario, because again, in a typical digital assessment, you are only answering the questions, that's it, it's one-sided. But in that case, it is interactive because you're engaging with the system. So you can get feedback just like in the intelligent tutoring system. So you can get assessed, and you can also receive feedback based on your responses in real time. You don't have to finish the assessment. You don't have to wait for a month, a week, or day to learn how you did on the exam. You are literally being assessed as you are just typing your responses. And that creates a personalized assessment experience, because each person will type their own responses. Like, you are not necessarily selecting a multiple choice option. So in multiple choice items, you would just say A, B, C, D. So that's pretty much it. And system could still give you some feedback based on the option that you selected. But in that case, you are using your own words. So it cannot get any better like personalization in that case. So it is really like nice because you are using your own words, and you are still just interacting with the system at the same time, because the system is listening to you or just reading your sentences. So that, like I said earlier, so creates a higher student or learner motivation and better engagement, especially in low stakes testing where there are no or like little personal consequences for learners. So for example, like formative assessments, digital assessments that allow us to monitor students' progress, or assessments that allow us to screen students for certain learning difficulties and things like that. In that case, they may not be as really motivated to tell you how much they know about the content. They can easily just pick some random answers or just guess them and then just move on to the next thing, because it's a very kind of like a boring type of assessment. But in that case, we can eliminate some of those issues by giving them a chance to interact with the system as if they are talking to a teacher. Now I will just pass it over to Seyma, and Seyma will explain how the system really works and how it can be just used to ask few questions back to back within a conversation.
Thank you, Okan. In this part, we want to share a conversation diagram with you. So in a conversation-based assessment, first there can be an opening. So a daily conversation between the student and the computer agent. The computer agent can ask a student name or how they are doing. And then the system shows a question. So this is very similar to digital assessments. But in digital assessment, they will come to an end when students respond to each question. But in conversation-based assessments, student responses are examined and sorted into one of several subdivisions. If student response is correct, then the system shows a feedback and the next question. If the student response is incorrect, then the system shows a hint or a follow-up question and gives student a second attempt to answer the question. If student response is insufficient here means that the algorithm is not able to detect if it is a correct response or incorrect response. And in this case, the system shows a default response or rephrase the question and give a second attempt to student. Currently, we are designing a conversation-based assessment for an undergraduate level course. About 300-400 students take this course each term. Our first step was to generate the data, and we generated data with the course instructors. And the data included the daily conversations, questions, and correct and incorrect responses for each question. And using this data, we trained our system. And for this, we use Raza. Raza is an artificial intelligence-based system, is an open source, and it uses two modules. The first module is natural language understanding. This module extracts the structured information from the unstructured user input. And in our case, unstructured user input is the student responses to each question. And the second module, dialogue management, decide what action to take. So it decides what response to show the student, show a hint or feedback or the next question. After training our system, we deployed it to Google Chat. And the reason we chose Google Chat because anyone at the University of Alberta with their email address easily access the Google Chat and our chatbot, our conversation-based assessment. And this is our conversation-based assessment. Currently, we are testing the system with course instructors and teaching assistants. So student type hi or hello, and the system asks their name and if they want to take an assessment or not. And it starts showing the question. And if student response is incorrect, then the system shows a hint and give a second attempt to student. So in the current version, we are using questions with options. Or open-ended questions where students type their responses. And once we think it is mature enough, it is good enough to share with students, we will collect conversation data and survey data from students to understand and evaluate how we can use these systems in educational assessment. So conversation-based assessment is just one example of conversation-based systems. Definitely, we can use different conversation-based systems for different purposes in education. They can be for teaching assistants, so to assist students in a course, or for tutoring in K-12 education or higher education, for academic counseling to give advice to students in their courses or academic decisions, and for foreign language to give opportunities to students to practice in foreign language. And this system can be designed to be a text-based form. So students type their responses and the chatbot also types, or can be a speech-based form where student types or speaks and the chatbot speaks. And we think that these systems have the opportunity, have the potential to become more popular and common in the future of assessment and education because they provide more personalized learning experiences. Thank you. You can find our slides using the link, and we are looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Seyma and Okan. That was certainly a very innovative presentation, an innovative project you're working on. And I'm definitely looking forward to learning more about the conversation-based assessments that you folks are developing out there. It seems certainly like a tool that would be beneficial, especially in formative assessment usage at K-12 and higher education, without a doubt. Okay, so getting on to our final presentation for the day. We've got this presentation by Andrew Carlsson from the International Association of Bookkeepers. Now, Andrew is going to be talking to us about the lessons he's learned through the implementation of his solutions on moving to an online assessment in South Africa. Andrew's career has been focused on ensuring the quality of tuitions, exams, and providers in South Africa and the United Kingdom since 2000. He's been instrumental in shaping the accessibility of bookkeeping in Africa, and in Africa, and has driven the huge increase in providers offering bookkeeping qualifications and conducting an average of 35,000 assessments every year throughout Southern Africa. Andrew was awarded a Master's of Arts in Education Leadership from the University of Roehampton in 2019. Andrew, over to you. You've got 15 minutes to tell us about the lessons that you've learned.
Right. Good evening, everybody. Is my screen being shared?
Yes, it is.
Right. Yeah, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share what we have learned from implementing an online assessment methodology in South Africa. As mentioned, I'm the head of the warding of the International Association of Bookkeepers here in the UK, but I'm also the academic director of the Institute of Certified Bookkeepers in South Africa. And this presentation is based on what we have done in South Africa from the beginning of the pandemic. So for background, the ICB was appointed as an external assessment body by one of the quality councils in South Africa to run assessments for 10 regulated qualifications in the field of bookkeeping, accounting, office administration, and financial management. And with that, we registered on average 15,000 new students through our training providers, approved training providers that we operate. We have over 500 training providers in South Africa that offer our programs. And we, as I said, we conduct the external assessment. And traditionally, these assessments and these students wrote a paper-based exam. And as you can imagine, with 35 to 40,000 exams being registered and written per annum, it was quite a lot of paper that was being used and printed and couriered around and posted around, and having to physically sort out and put into batches for our markers and our assessors to go through. So prior was about 2017, 2018, we took the decision to move start moving our assessment methodology to an online platform. And the methodology that we used in the paper-based was a portfolio type of assessment where it was required, each student was required to complete 2 tests, 3 assignments, and a final summative assessment per subject per qualification. So one of our qualifications has 12 subjects. So you can imagine the amount of assessments that we had to set and administer. And we were also running assessments 11 or 22 times per year, except so it was twice a month, except in January, and each assessment sitting had a new paper being written. So you can imagine the amount of administrative work that we were going through. And so a decision was made to start moving things to an online assessment platform. So, and the first things that we had to consider was what platform to use. And as we know, there are a number of various assessment platforms available. And we, after researching and testing and piloting and trialing and everything, we decided on to use Moodle. And we started a Moodle platform, which we aptly named Mackie within our organization. So everybody now, when we talk about our assessment platform, we talk about Mackie. And then the lessons we learned there was, when you look for an assessment platform, is to actually pilot and test everything to make sure it actually meets your needs. And then once you have selected your platform, is to start trialing and testing. So we got our technical team to sit down and start testing and trialing it and testing it to see if they could break the system. I'm not an IT expert. I'm, as they call me in the organizations, the academic person. I don't speak Excel, I don't speak tech speak, and they gave me the system to see if I could break it. And I've tried my level best to break the system. I even went against all the criteria that they set out, and I still couldn't break the system. So we were adamant, or confident, I should say, that we made the right decision in choosing what platform we wanted to use. Once we've done that, we then introduced the assessment platform to our team within the organization, and we asked them to play around on it, to work it, and to get their head around it, and to understand what the platform can actually do. And so when the students come in or the learners come in with questions, they're able to help and answer the questions. So we got all our staff who are involved in assessments, so all our admin staff to become comfortable with the platform. And then we then took that system and then we gave it a look and feel. We almost gave it a persona. And as I said, we named it Mackie, and we actually, in our communication, we don't talk about the online assessment platform, we talk about Mackie. So it's actually known within the industry and amongst our providers as Mackie. And Mackie had a life, and Mackie's got a life, and Mackie is going from strength to strength as we're moving, going forward. So how do we implement the platform is we took a phased approach. We didn't want to go full steam ahead and go full online. Bear in mind, this is in South Africa, where we were battling with data connections. We were battling with electricity blackouts. We currently had last week rolling blackouts across South Africa. They called it load shedding, and was up to 7.5 hours per day in 2.5-hour slots. So at any one time, part of the country was down with a blackout. So the first phase of our approach was we had a download and upload system. So we loaded, it became a post office. So we loaded our assessments onto that. The students in our colleges could download their tests and assignments. They could complete them offline and then upload them as PDF documents. Then we moved, and then those PDF documents were then forwarded to our assessors to mark. And it was still a manual marking process at that point in time. The phase 2 of the implementation process, we moved to an online testing system where we made sure that we had sufficient questions in test banks, where we randomized the questions and we randomized the answers within those questions. So we had a lot of it was predominantly a multiple choice test. So no two students got the same question one, and if they did get the same question one, the answers, the A, B, C, Ds were different. So no student got the same question and or the same answer format. And that was an online auto-marked process, but we still had a download and upload for the assignments and the exams. The assignments, as I said, there were 3 assignments that had to be completed. Now, and our third phase is we moved to a full online assessment methodology, which is the 2 tests are auto-marked online. Assignment 1 and 2 is online, but assignment 3 at this point is still downloadable and uploaded as PDF for the assessors to mark. And we have also moved our final exam onto an online platform with an instruction to our assessors is auto-marked where possible. So if you can imagine, and it's in an accounting exam, it's quite easy to auto-mark because you mark in the trial balance, you mark the answers correct and then the figures correct. But if it's more of an essay type question, it does become more difficult. But where we are able to auto-mark, we have implemented an auto-marked system. The implementation process that we took, the pandemic hit South Africa in March. We knew it was coming from about the 16th of March last year. South Africa went into a total lockdown around about the 25th of March, and that lockdown lasted a couple of months, and the only time you're allowed to leave for property was for essential food and medication or medical reasons. Colleges were closed, shops were closed, transport was stopped, everything was stopped. So we were literally housebound, property bound for about 3-4 months. And at that time, as I said, we were conducting exams twice a month for our colleges. And if you think of it, in a March exam, we just managed to get our March exams in. So April exams had to be postponed. May exam, which is one of our second biggest exams sitting of the year, we had to postpone. June exams we postponed. So we took the decision at that point in time is to try and get as much as we can into an online environment. We had to then get permission from our regulator that we are responsible for, but they did not understand the online environment. So they kept coming back with questions. And the first hurdle we had to overcome was we could not discriminate against anybody. So we could not discriminate against somebody who wanted to write an online exam, but we couldn't discriminate against somebody who couldn't write an online exam because they didn't have a computer at home. So they were trying the whole time to restrict us from doing an online sitting. They eventually came back and we had to answer a whole lot of questions. We had to do pilot exams. They wanted to be part of that pilot process. They wanted access to the back end. They wanted access to the front end. They wanted to see how we were going to be proctoring the system. So we had to jump through a number of hoops. And after about 5 months of going backwards and forwards with them, they actually came back to us and said, we have not got the authority to say or not to say that you can run online exams. So we actually went ahead and said, well, if you can't give us the permission, we're going to go run the online exam as well. And with that, we moved as much as possible. And we gave the option to our students do they want to write online or do they want to keep on writing paper? But with the lockdown, quite a few came in and selected the online option. So we then had to put in system requirements. So we had to look at what operating systems could be used. The platform that we were using could not use an Apple operating systems. It had to be Microsoft, it had to be Google Chrome, it had to be, and we started putting all these criteria in place of what operating systems and specs needed to be done. We also then spec'd out that we needed a webcam because your proctoring tool we selected needed a webcam. So they because we had continuous proctoring. We needed a microphone because we needed to, if somebody else was in the exam venue or in the room where the student was writing exams, because we allowed the students to write from home or for an internet cafe or from their offices. So we didn't restrict where the student had to write the exam. We didn't have to say to them, you can write it online, but you had to go and write at your college. We said you can write an online exam anywhere, but you needed to have certain criteria and systems in place. We then also had to look at the data connectivity and data connection, what was required. Could the system work over a Wi-Fi connection? Could the system work over LAN? In other words, do we need to have a cable plugged into your router? Could somebody tether to their mobile phone, for example, and use a 3G network. Also, we had to look at data speed, because with the continuous monitoring with the webcam and the sound, it was using data and was using connectivity speed. So we started off and at a low connectivity speed, but we've had to increase that and said, to take part in an online assessment, you have to do a speed test, upload your speed test as evidence, and you have to have a minimum of a 5 meg line for an up and a download. That then ensures that you should have a stable connectivity. Then we had to look at the proctoring system. We couldn't just allow anybody to write an online exam without proctoring. So what we did is we looked at we piloted a proctoring system which took screenshots or webcam shots on a continuous basis, but there were static shots. And we also did a keystroke biometric. So every now and then a pop-up came through. Before the assessment started, the student had to type out a sentence. Then during the assessment at regular intervals, they had to come in and retype that sentence to make sure that the keystrokes were identical. We did pick up problems with that. We picked up in the webcam images, people had swapped out places. They were looking away from their keyboard. They were looking away from their camera. They covered their camera. We picked up a couple of students who had a different keystroke recording, so we could identify those as potential irregularities. We then moved to a streaming type proctoring system where it is a continuous streaming, and we could pop in and out and have a look at students or review students' session if we pick up an irregularity. And you'll be surprised of what we actually see in some of these playbacks. One student had music playing in the background. Another student's partner walked scantily clad in clothing, or the lack thereof, behind the webcam while they were writing the exam. We picked up students multiple tabbing or multiple browsing. So these things, we had to lock down and make sure that we put them into an assessment policy to say the do's and don'ts. And you think when you're teaching adults, you wouldn't have to say you cannot browse the internet while you're writing an exam. But unfortunately, if we don't stipulate it and we don't monitor it, they will browse the internet and look up for the answers. We then had ensured an SLA or service level agreement with the proctoring provider as to what systems they would use, what data they would collect, what information would be stored, for how long they will store it, how we can retrieve that information. And then the third or the final step in the proctoring process is we had to look at an irregularity benchmarking. So we had to identify as many of the irregularities that we could think of and put them into a policy and say, if you have done any of these, you could be disqualified from an exam. And we had to think of everything, multiple exiting of the room to go to the bathroom. We had a case a couple of assessments ago of somebody breastfeeding. So it's a whole lot of these things that you've got to think of. You actually got to think like a student, and how a student's going to potentially cheat, and write them into a policy to mitigate those cheating. So that leads on to our policies and assessment and communication. We had an assessment policy in place. Our assessment policy was purely based around a paper-based exam. Conducting 35 exams per year, we had almost a watertight paper-based assessment policy. But with the online, moving to online, we had to rewrite that assessment policy. So what was relevant on a paper-based exam, in other words, arrive at your venue 15 minutes before, show an ID. We couldn't say arrive at the venue before 30 minutes before, 15 minutes before. We had to say dial into your assessment platform at this time, and then show your identity to prove who you are. So we had to just change, almost recreate our assessment policy and our assessment criteria for the online assessment. We then also had to change our learner instructions, or that go out to our learners before they write an exam, and give them the do's and don'ts, and what happens during the exam, when they can go into that exam venue, all of that. And then we had to realize a communication. And you had to communicate numerous times about system requirements. We communicated what the student can expect on exam day, what they need to do on an exam day, and what they have to do after the exam day. With an online exam, what we did at the end of it, we gave the students an opportunity to answer a survey question, and then we had to ensure that that survey was open for a set period of time. We had to go in if there were mitigating circumstances for an extension of the exam session. We had to review those during that exam time. So we had to make sure that our academic team were available to look at those mitigating requests for extensions. If there was mitigating circumstances where the person couldn't get onto the assessment platform for whatever reason, they had to prove that they had tried, they had to give screenshots of the errors and submit that through to as a mitigating circumstance. And then if they were approved, they would then be transferred to the next session.
Andrew, certainly quite a bit, a lot of learning out there. And we really, I know, there's a lot you learned, and we would love to possibly learn more from you at a different time. We've just reached the end of the session, and we're just getting into the closing portion of it. I think at this point I'll have to pass it on to Jeff, but certainly enlightening to see a lot of parallels in the work, the lessons that you've learned with numerous implementations. I'm sure that others have faced too, and it's great to see how you've overcome these challenges too. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure.
And there are a few questions out there, but I think I'll have to pass it on to Jeff at this point.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you everybody in the final session. I'm sorry, at the end of the day, the clock has beaten us. We really appreciate all your efforts, Anna, and thank you for chairing. And thank you everybody for your contribution, and indeed everybody today and the support. We've come to the end of a long day, but I think it's been a fascinating one. Lots of miles covered, lots of inspirations from the theoretical to the practical. I look forward avidly to what's going to come tomorrow. Hopefully it will match the excellence of today's presentations and yesterday's presentation. But without further ado, I'm going to wish everybody a really, really good night. Thanks to the team in Washington for making this possible. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to all of our sponsors whose support has ensured it all. And thank you to all of you that have stayed with us today. It's been a really good day. And I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for the third day of the Beyond Multiple Choice Conference 2021. And with that, I shall wish you all a very good night.